Hello, hello, and hello. Welcome to the live.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So, what have you been up to?
Self meditation, stuff like that. Kind of feel like I'm being reformed.
Hmm.
Where's the share button on this stupid phone? Did they just take that out? Yeah, they keep switching things around on this live stuff now. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know what's going on with it. You never know, you know. You never know, you know. Hello and welcome to the live. If anyone wouldn't mind hitting them likes and shares. I've been in hibernation. I keep sleeping for like 24 hours or more. I don't know. That's what I've been doing. Uh, how are you doing? I see you did a live. Was that you? Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Don't tell me it already messed up. That's wonderful. Good to hear. Like I said, it feels like I'm evolving. Like I don't know, kind of like uh, being reborn, kind of like that's what it feels like a rebirth or like a reborn. I don't know, but that's what I feel like. Well, I sent messages out to everybody. I don't know if anybody's listening and watching anything.
I had a headphone issue. Sorry. I was trying to get that fixed.
Well, like I said, I thought I was being. I feel like I'm being remade. Wow, why I'm still in it. I don't know. You know, like you ever seen those movies where you got like a human and then like they start evolving and like their whole body starts being different and like more aware and their body starts doing things and different things that are not normal. You know what I'm saying?
And that's kind of what happened to Yaya. She
I kind
went
of feel
through
like that.
went through like a psychic surgery, they said. They explained it to her. And that's
But
when
I've
she
been having weird. I have a name, and I don't know who this is, but I have a name of somebody that I was talking to. I don't know who it is. It has a human name, but I'm not sure who it is. I remember the name. I just kept repeating the name. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember where the name came from.
And they just
It
coming
was
to you in
called.
your consciousness or your dreams?
It was a Russian name. I have no idea where it came from. It's Spalana Kolvich. I have no idea. I don't even know if that's a real name or a real person, but I got that name, Spilana Kovic. Kolvich. I don't know. I don't know if I spelled it right, but that's the name I got. And she was there last night, and I was with her last night, and I don't know. I just got that name. Yeah, it's Spalana Spalana Kolvich, Kolvidge. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I was I was on Earth. I don't remember. I remember bits and pieces, but I do remember the name because she kept saying the name like I was supposed to remember it. It could be a past life, it could be an experience, but or some of them supposed to mean. I don't know.
So was it a dream? Was it when you were in a like a conscious on your traveling trips? What how did she come to you?
Uh, I thought it was a dream, but it was more like I was there. Wherever it was, I was there. It was like real life, but it was blurry and hazy. It
Hmm.
was blurry and hazy, but I kept hearing the name. And then I woke up and I was like, "What the hell?" And I tried to search the name, but I couldn't. I gave up. I got sidetracked, but yeah, I don't know what this name means. I
What is
don't
she
know.
talking to you about?
Something about she was very. It was a very light being. She said, "Find me, remember me, find me, remember me," and that was all I got. I know she was on Earth, and I know she was in space. I'm not sure if it was a past life or a future life, or even a present thing. I don't know. I have no idea, but I know it was like there. I could see trees, and I was walking through a forest in a city, but the city doesn't look familiar. And the ship was like a silver and golden ship, and she was there. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't even bothered looking. I must look for her now since I have a chance. But yeah, I don't know. It came out of nowhere. Uh, I don't even know if it's a real name or not. So it wasn't Spellman. Apparently, Spalana is a college. I don't know. No idea. It could be, but it sounded Russian. She sounded very Russian. And I know she was tall and blonde, and she had like a, um, she was very tomboyish. She kind of reminded me of the chick from Rocky. That's what she reminded me of. Well, I know Spolana is a name, but I don't know about the last part. Mm. I'm having the Colvage is a word too, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm in a roadblock with it. I don't know what it means. I've both of them are a name, are a real name, are real words, but I don't. One's like of a college, and the other one is some kind of city or state. But together, I don't know. I don't know. But she was very nice. I've never met her before.
Did she say what she wants? Does she want to teach you something? Show you something? What?
She told me to find her.
I know she told you to find her, but what are you supposed to find her for? And do what with her?
Maybe she's on Earth and she needs help with something.
Huh.
Cause she's I know it was Russian because I know the accent. It sounded very Russian or Ukrainian, but more like Russian. Maybe. Like I said, she reminded me of the lady from Rocky. It was like find me, remember me, and she done repeated it like 100 times in my head. And I woke up, and I'm like, what? But that's one of the experiences I've had. I'm confused on. And that was last night. The time before that I was walking in the woods, and there was somebody following me. I seen Mel was on. Mel's in Yeshua's room.
We just got back from watching our grandson play tennis.
uh, I just
And
got done watching Venom 3.
I haven't been watching much TV. Anyway, we had just got back. I made him stop. He, since he's gone vegetarian, I don't get to eat out much because there's really no place here,
Right.
for us to go and him to get what he wants. And I just had been having a terrible
Yes.
craving. So I made him take me to Whataburger to get a burger on the way home.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Oh, is she talking about the movie you were watching?
Yeah.
I don't think I've watched any of those.
Oh, it was pretty interesting. It seemed like a short movie because it went very fast for me. I was like, oh, look, there it starts out. And then it's like ending. I'm like, what? So it went very fast.
Is it a
Left me
series?
hanging. Huh?
Is it a series? Is that why it's called Venom 3? Is it a series
Yeah,
of
there's like a
movie?
third one. It's a trilogy. People
Mm.
are saying they're going to make a part four, and others are saying no, that was the last part of the series. So I don't know what's going on with it.
Well, tell me what it's about.
Remember Spider-Man?
Mm.
Remember the suit that Spider-Man had, the black suit with the symbiote?
Yeah.
That Venom.
Okay.
But it's in his own movie, in his own universe.
Is it like a Marvel thing?
More like a Sony Marvel thing.
Mm.
It was an interesting movie. I mean, I
I guess I'm just getting too old. I'm not that up on all that.
uh, 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 you're never too old.
Well, it's just never hit me. It's like not my generation, I guess, maybe, but none of that
Do you
ever
know what I
really.
found interesting? Trina
What?
did a live.
She's been doing them, yeah.
I didn't know she was doing her own lives.
Yeah, she has been
Huh?
for, I don't know, a couple of weeks now. Couple of weeks. Um, and I have something else interesting to tell you.
Huh?
I was watching like this. I've gotten really into these Asian dramas, these fantasies with the dragons and the magic and the crystal, all that.
Right.
So I'm watching one of those on my phone and I get like this knock on my head and my angels are like, go to April's live. I'm like, what? I'm watching a movie. And they're like, no, you need to go. There's a lot of angels there and you need to go. So I went and I caught Groovy Chick because I know she's been asking for a healing from April.
Right.
And so I caught her and drug her over there too. And I ask, and then Lisa asked, and then some other people in the live were asking also for her to do that healing for Lisa because she was doing these healings and she said this was the first time that she had ever had such angelic presence that she didn't realize you could just call the angels in and be a conduit for the angelic healing, which I find odd because that's what I've done all my life is been a conduit for the angels, and that's how
Right.
That's how my hand healing works. You know, my the quantum healing that I've been doing forever. And I just thought everybody knew. You could call the angels and they would come. And so, but she was saying that she did not feel, she did not know, had not known that she could actually request that assistance. But she had a room full of angels. There were angels on that live, and mine were there, and they came and got me and drug me over there and told me, she's got angels in here healing. You need to go find Lisa. So I did, and we got in there, and she did finally do a healing on Lisa last night. But it was palpable. I mean, I felt it. And when she was doing the healings, even though I didn't know the majority of the people she was working on, I did know Lisa. And I've never seen Lisa in person, but I've seen her face, you know, and I pictured her in her bed, and I pictured her during the healing, and I got images of her during the healing that April was doing on her, and I could see the energy. I could see the light, the energy surrounding her, going down through her, like from her head all the way down to her feet. I could just see it. And when it got down to about her waist, or a little lower than her waist, it lit up like someone turned on a fluorescent light, and it lit up and then went all the way down her legs to her feet. And I could feel it and I could see it in my brain, in my head.
Well,
I was I stayed in there for a while, and the whole entire live was nothing but just angels in there. And so then my angels were telling me, you know, you need to type in here that everybody can do this, that everyone can tap into this,
yeah,
that we're here for every single person. It doesn't have to be just one person. So, of course, I did several times type in there, you know, that we can all do this. This is available to everyone. All we need to do is ask. Just like I say all the time, they're all sitting around up there waiting for work. They're just waiting for somebody to ask. And I think they just wanted me, I don't know if they wanted me to see it, so to believe it, for one thing.
I
Not
heard
that
witness.
they wanted me to witness that she actually does have that ability, and they wanted me to witness for them that any of us can have this ability,
Right.
and that it is very strong, very healing, and very available to every single one. And then people kept asking her, you know, how are you doing? Are you doing okay? Is this too hard on you? Do you need to rest? And so then they're like knocking on my head and saying, tell them what it feels like. So I just kept typing in, April's great. They're giving her all this energy. She's a conduit. They're channeling all this energy through her. So she's going to be pretty damn amazing. She's going to feel great. It doesn't take anything away from you. It gives you a lot.
Right.
To be a conduit, she'll be on a high from that for probably 3-4 days. From as much energy as I felt in that room, she'll
Right.
probably this may last her a week, honestly. There was a tremendous amount of power in that room. It was pretty breathtaking, actually, that they were showing off. They were showing out. The angels were really showing out last night. So I don't remember how many. I think she ended up with nearly 100 people in the room. and she did quite a few healings, which I know these people were very grateful for. And Lisa told me that she felt it, and she felt a lot better after. And then I texted her again later in the night, and she was saying that she was still feeling it, still feeling really good. So I was explaining to her again to be sure and drink, hydrate, and replace those empty spots of energy with light and good energy to
Yeah,
help
that's
with the
wonderful.
shifting. So it was pretty amazing that all happened last night.
It is amazing. That's pretty cool.
So I mean, because people who come into our room, people who talk with us, they hear us say these things all the time, that you can do it yourself, that you have the power. You don't
Right.
have to go to a specific person to get healing. You don't have to go to a specific area or pay a bunch of money or do whatever to get someone else to do it for you. We tell people that all the time, and I think it was maybe they wanted me in there to witness that it was true, and to maybe witness with the other people that this is something we can all do. Because there were a bunch of people in there who maybe haven't heard that message yet. That it's not all down to just one or two people being able to do the healings. And this is all something we
Right.
can all do. And you don't have to, they were asking different questions, but essentially what I kept telling them is you don't have to have a special skill. You don't have to have a special gift or ability or anything else. All you have to do
Right.
is ask and be open to receive, and then just receive it. Allow it. Allow it to happen. So I haven't talked to Lisa today to see how she's feeling.
Well, she'll probably be in. How about you, Ashura?
I have nothing really new to report except for the fact that the blue guide's back. He's back around.
Uh,
Yeah.
the
He's
Andromedan.
he's an interesting guy.
I wish I could
He's
figure out who mine was.
the last name sounds familiar, but the first one doesn't. So I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could help you.
I'm in a mystery here, so.
Who's the blue guy? Who is that? Did I miss?
He's I call him Issa.
Uh,
He's blue. Like his skin tone's blue, and he is either Andromedan or Pleiadian. I'm not 100% sure. Like what Brim said, probably Andromedan, and he's got blue
Palladians are
eyes.
usually whitish, or human looking. He is more of a Arcturian or an Andromedan.
Yeah, see, I was thinking that too.
The Leviathans, what color aren't they? Blue? The Leviathans,
Leviathans are more mermaidish,
more.
and they're a little bit darker blue.
Okay.
But he is the guide that's been teaching me about the blue flame. If you've If you know anything about that.
Yeah, that's cool. So,
Yeah.
so what? He just
She's on
showed
the
up one day.
Arcturian thing.
He just showed up one day and said, "Hey."
He's been around for a long time. Like he's been coming and going. Probably since I was like 13 or 14, and I'm 30 now, so
Yeah. Oh wow.
mhm. He'll come, he'll teach me things for about, I don't know, about 6 months, and then he'll leave for a while. And it varies how long he's gone. But he always tells me, he's like, I'll be back. I'm like, okay, cool.
What does he feel like when he's there with you?
Um, it's hard to explain. He's so high vibrational. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the clip where Bashar says sometimes high vibrational energy will feel attractive,
Mhm.
but that's the way it feels sometimes, and I'm not trying to like make
Right.
it that way.
No, I know. I know what you're saying. It's kind of a bliss like
Yes.
feeling. Yeah.
Mhm.
It has nothing to do with the other thing. It has all
Yeah.
thing to do with the bliss and pleasure and happiness.
Yeah. Yeah. He feels like bliss. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Because that's how I feel. When I get a few of the angels show up, I feel the bliss, and it's not sexual or anything. It's just different. It's just a really amazing feeling.
Mhm.
Huh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's coming around, which means I'm about to receive another download. I'm sure it's got something to do with this whole Ashura mess.
Oh yeah, most likely.
So he comes in and lays down all the prep work, and then you get your download so you can integrate it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we work really well as a team, him and I. It's ironic because Brim's, or I guess Paul, has mostly female guides, and mine are mostly men. So
Most of mine
I've
are
got a
men too.
couple. I've got a couple female, but they're not present and up front like the men are, and I don't know why. And I'm trying to work with the females. Like, I know I'm so sick of the men, but they won't. They just won't. They're like, nope, you got to deal with the masculine energy.
Yeah.
I keep getting the women, and the only man that I get is Bram or King Arthur, and they're kind of big and prony, so. Or I get Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty interesting when he comes through. He's a bit odd.
I kept having the other guy lately. He's been showing up. He still don't say much to me though.
Do you think maybe
He's looking at me.
it has to do with maybe the balance? They keep explaining to me that they don't really have a gender. They're not male or female, but they present in whatever you're lacking. So the reason they present to me more masculine is they want me to use my masculine more. Do you think maybe that has something to do with it, Esther?
Could be.
And that's why you get all the girls, is because you need to tap into your more feminine.
I feel like, and don't take this the wrong way, I feel like he is kind of like more feminine though. So maybe like, yeah, maybe that you get all the women because that helps with that.
The balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know in my life, I've had to pull on my masculine a lot more simply to survive in the world that I live in the profession that I chose. I worked with mainly women, but they were all very strong, dominant women.
I've never been one to hang out with men.
And that's funny too, because the majority of my closest friends are guys. I have close girlfriends, some, but the majority of the closest people to me in my lifetime so far have been men. I get along with them better. We don't have any kind of a romantic relationship. We're just friends. And then I have a lot of gay friends. So, of both.
All I ever had is I've had a lot of guy friends, but they weren't. I didn't trust them, or they'd backstab or betray me. So I never really confided in them much. It's like, oh yeah, great, you're an acquaintance. Okay, next.
Well, that's kind of
But
how I felt about the women in my job, is they were so competitive. And women are vicious when they're competing in a professional sense. It's like they're very competitive and can be um, backstabbing and not nice.
but I've always talked with the women and I've been more acquainted with them.
Well, you certainly
Guys are
have
just
a
douche.
female dominated live soul family for sure. You got a lot of hens for your rooster.
And I'm always clucking.
We're always we're clucking. Yeah, we are. We are, but our last few lives have been pretty amazing, Paul. We've
Hmm.
done some pretty amazing things in our lives, I think. Um, and I don't want you to be so concerned with your numbers. I think
I don't even pay attention to it.
we have the people who are meant to be here a lot. They come in when they're meant to come in.
I'm not really. I don't know. Ever since I did that thing in the backyard here with the stones and circles thing I did, I haven't really give a crap. I haven't really give a crap. It's like I'm connected with one in the universe. People either take it or leave it. Like me or no, I don't care.
I've seen
That's
that
just
in
how I've
you.
been.
I've seen that change in you, in that you're so much more mellow and just more, you're more comfortable with yourself than you
But
were
yeah, ever
before you
since I
were.
did that thing out in the backyard there, I've been like me, don't like me, I don't give a crap.
Yeah. Well, I've been that way my
I
whole life. I don't
just
care.
don't care.
Yeah. I have
I
never
just
really
don't
cared.
care. Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say what I need to say, and then whenever the spirit moves me, I'm going to say it. If people don't like it, oh well. You know?
Mm.
I look like Santa Claus.
I keep telling you,
What?
you need to trim a little bit shorter, buddy.
It was trimmed.
I know you say that. I know you do, and I love you. I appreciate what you're saying, but you're
It
about
was
to look
trimmed.
like the old mountaineer.
I don't know.
What's that
I
guy's
almost
name?
thought
Grizzly
about shaving it
Adams.
off the other day.
Why? Don't shave it off.
I don't know.
We just don't want
That's
you to look like
interesting.
we don't want you to look like Grizzly Adams, like you've been living on the mountain too long.
You know what? I'd rather live in the mountains and deal with humanity at some point.
That is true, but we need you here dealing with humanity, so suck up. Put your
Yeah.
sailor pants on and get over it. We need you here
Oh,
now.
I've just been making beads like these. So I've been making them.
Ooh,
Those are
nice.
pretty. Those are very nice.
And I got beads that broke off right there on the table.
Hmm.
Oh,
Is it
Yeah, I've
soothing
got.
to just sit there and thread your beads?
Yeah, it helps me mellow out. I've been doing that, and I've been, doing this kind of stuff here with
Uh, with your frequency.
yeah, messing with the frequency and using all this stuff here, beating the drum, listen to the ocean,
That's
concentrating, focusing, um, and having visions and dreams and a
oh, I
name
hear
that I can't
that.
don't know. And I've been sleeping for like what at least once a week now. I'm sleeping like 26 hours in a row.
wow.
Dang.
I have no idea why.
That's a lot.
That was Sunday. I woke up and I went to sleep Saturday night and I woke up Monday morning.
That's good though. I mean, you're traveling, aren't you? When you do that?
I'm going somewhere.
I feel like I have been
I
too.
don't know. I'm going somewhere. I mean, all I'm seeing is a bunch of images and stuff flashing. I don't know what the hell I'm seeing. It just happens.
I know my sleep
Sometimes a lot of
cycle has
shit.
been very strange and bizarre. I'll sleep for 3, 4 hours and wake up and be awake for 2 or 3 hours, and then it's almost like a web comes down over my head, and I just get real sleepy and fall asleep again and sleep for three. The longest I've slept in a row recently has been maybe 6 hours,
Mm.
and then I'm awake, and then I'm back asleep. I have the weirdest dreams. They're very strange and bizarre.
I've been speaking a lot of light language lately.
I've been asking about it. I would really love to have my lot language come through, but I know it's just going to be when it's ready, when it's time.
And I noticed it was two different ones this time. It was a male and a female. I caught myself doing it. I'm like, what?
A different lot language than
Yeah. Well, I know brims, but the female sounded like area, but I'm not sure.
I've got one that sounds like a bird almost.
I've heard someone do that with their lot language, that it sounds like a bird of some type, like a whistling, singing type lot language. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm, that's weird.
One of them it sounds like it's singing, but it's not.
Mm. Well, I know there is one girl here that does a live, and she does a lot of light language, and in the middle of it, she'll break off and do these bird sounds in the middle, and whistling and whooshing and kind of chirping sound. It's almost annoying.
Right.
I can't listen to her for long periods of time.
Oh,
You got
I feel like
somebody
somebody's
coming
trying to.
through?
I was,
I
it was like boom. I was like
saw
boom.
that. I felt that.
I was sitting here rocking back and forth, and next thing you know, it was like bam. I'm like whoa, bam. It felt like
Hey,
it for a moment.
question. There was a day last year I astral projected and I got a download of a story. I think it might be my origin, but I'm not sure. But do you know of a lotus pond? A pond of lotus flowers?
The lotus
Huh.
has been very prominent in very many dreams lately, especially of, I don't know if you follow the dreaming women,
Mm-mm.
but they are all dreaming of the lotus. Everybody, and I know I have, and everybody that I've been
Well,
watching within that dreaming woman group, they dream of the lotus every night.
I know one of the planets have a bunch of lotuses on it.
So, what I was downloaded was that, um, my counterpart heard me sing one day, and he was floating in this pond of lotus flowers when he heard me and came to see me sing.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well, if you think
and
about it, I know the dreaming women when they tell their stories, and especially Jennifer Lisa Vest. She's a shaman. She has like a gazillion different credentials and every single thing. She's psychic and does physics and all sorts of things, but she's prominently indigenous as well. And the lotus story that all of these women are encountering together is the origin of the lotus, which is the new beginning, the spring. And that's
hmm,
kind of what the focus has been for nearly all the psychic people I know, has been lotus, spring, new beginnings.
yeah, he showed me this guy, this being, my counterpart, showed me breathing the spirit of life into the lotus,
Mm,
my heart lotus. It was weird.
hmm. And the heart chakra, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of been the theme in the psychic world of late. And so I think we're all tapping into the same energy source.
Could be.
But I know there's I don't know, thousands of these women, these dreaming women who suddenly began to awaken at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And that has been happening to me for years,
I've
like
been. I'm not a woman,
25
but I
years.
keep getting up at like 3 o'clock in the morning too. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, that has
Mm-hmm.
happened to me for like 25 years at the very least. And I'll wake up
Mm-hmm.
at 3 o'clock, 3:02, 3:04, and I'll be awake for about an hour and then I'll go back to sleep. But now it's like I wake up at 3 o'clock and I can't go back to sleep until around five or
I
six.
had a little experience yesterday when I was sitting there. I woke up and I woke up out of the bed and I was sitting in there and I'm in a daze and I heard, "Look at your phone right now." I'm like, "Oh my god! All right, fine, all right." I pick up my phone. It said 818. I'm like, "Huh?" And I looked it up, the angel number, and was talking about that I'm spiritual and what was it? Something about abundance. It was really interesting because I heard it, and right when they said it, I picked up the phone and it said a sign of abundance and empower and positivity. You are on the right track, is what it's saying. because I was in a daze and they said, "Look at the phone." I was like, "Okay, yes, yes, yes."
Yeah.
It was 818. Right when I heard it, I grabbed my phone because it was like right there. And I'm like, it shocked me because I look at your phone. Yeah, all right, all right. I was like,
Well,
whoa, okay.
I think faith has been coming through a lot. Hold the faith and new beginnings, a new awakening. But this group, these people, all these psychic people on YouTube and on TikTok as well, they all started noticing that they were all waking up at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and they formed this group called the 4 a.m. Club. And these are all people who are, and it's mainly women, but there's men too. There's quite a few men, and they all wake up at the exact same time between 3 and 4 o'clock, and get a lot of the same messages, about the changes we're about to go through, and it's about to happen. It's going to be most likely the month of March, which is where the lotus comes in, because
That's what I said before. Remember, I said about a month ago. Remember what I said?
we're going to have,
I said March 14th.
yeah. And that's very similar to what all these people in this group are saying, is somewhere around mid-March is going to be the peak. They're saying it's going to start in the first part of March, maybe March 1st or 2nd. But the peak is going to be around the 14th and 15th of whatever this change, whatever this worldwide thing is going to happen, of enlightenment, of awareness. But it's fascinating to me that they could gather up enough where there's thousands of people all waking up at the same time, all getting the same dreams, the same information, and then everybody was able to find everybody on TikTok and YouTube. So now they have groups on both platforms. I don't do Instagram very much, but I think they do some on Instagram, but it's mainly TikTok and YouTube that they talk about it in.
There's something up with that side of my face.
Well, I don't see your cross as prominently as it normally is. It looks a little different tonight.
Oh.
It doesn't look so much like a cross.
No.
It's like a branch. It doesn't look
looks
like
like a
your normal
crown.
cross. Maybe.
It
Maybe
kind of
so.
looks like a crown because it goes up a line here, and then it's white, and then another line here, and then it's white, and then another line here.
Yeah.
Looks like a
I
crown.
was thinking like a branch, like a cherry blossom branch.
Yeah.
And that's a symbol of, new awakenings and new spring. And
Shiny chiaro, io non si sirene, yeah.
I feel like that was an offhanded comment to one of us. Did you see that quick look?
yeah, that side eye. Yeah, that was almost area. It sounded like.
Huh?
It's hard to say.
What happened?
It sounded like Area came in and gave us a little backhand comment of some kind.
Yeah.
Oh. I tell you, stuff like that's been going on. My dog's looking at me like, what the hell's going on?
It does sound
What?
like that one did sound like Area.
One of us just got lectured.
Yeah, we don't know what it was though. I didn't understand it. Did you?
No, not quite. I think I know, but I'm not 100% sure.
Aina
We'll
si
see.
wani akiana ne o te atea.
It was kind of like a, well, you just wait and see.
Diesti nakatai.
Na na ne si ne o kuiana ani si ni akaya.
And that was a little scary. Sorry.
Ni hakatai. Nastu?
Ana na si te ona ke oni te ata.
I mean, like, sure, that's what that was.
Right?
What are they lecturing you about?
It's I'll message you.
Okay. Because I'm just getting a feeling. It's like, well, you guys are just gonna have to just wait and see. Just see what we can do.
Huh?
I get a feeling like whoever, if it's Area or somebody, saying you're just gonna have to wait and see. Just wait and see what we can do. In a kind of a
Oh, you're breaking up.
Sorry.
Hey, Amanda. We're just talking about random stuff right now. Spiritual stuff.
Oh, see,
They're
I
both
can't.
talking
I
in
don't see
light
no
language
comments.
that I
I'm
can't
gonna have to switch.
understand.
I'm gonna have to switch my other account on the phone so I can read. Cause you know how TikTok likes to mess around. Can't read comments on one phone.
I don't understand why you can't read your comments. That doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, I don't know. It's the way that they do it, I guess. One phone has to be for comments, and the other one has to be for talking on.
Well, I
Hey
don't.
there.
I only have one phone, so
I see no, I don't know. Koya.
is Diane in here?
Oh, I think Diana's in here. Yeah, Diane was in here. What's her name is still on with
James.
James live. Hello, Tara.
He's been having
How are you today?
some pretty interesting lives lately too. James has, of course, he's reading the Emerald Tablets. He has been,
Yeah.
and then he was reading out of this one book called The Initiation, and it was just fascinating. So I had to order it, and it just came in. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. He's been reading just small passages out of that in between his Emerald Tablet chapters, which the Emerald Tablets I've read so many times. And you know, every time I come across it, I've read the book, I've listened to it, you know, on audio, slept with it under my pillow. But it seems like every time I hear it, like on James's Live or somewhere else, I find something new. Something I think, I don't remember that. Or I don't remember it that way. It's really odd. or I don't remember it that way. It's really odd.
I'm the same way when I listen to him. I'll listen to the same passage and not hear it the same twice.
Hmm. Well, and I listened to some YouTubes on Billy Carson, and
Mhm.
I don't agree with everything he says. You know, there's some things he says that I'm kind of like, huh? I, it doesn't hit me right. But when he does talk about the Emerald Tablets and about the Anunnaki and the other stuff, it's fascinating to me. His version, his interpretation is different sometimes than what I got.
Yeah,
So,
he's definitely got an interesting perspective on the tablets.
mm, all of it, yeah, all
Mhm.
of it. He's he's got some very odd thoughts about many things. Actually, he's pretty brilliant,
He
but
is.
I'm not sure he's got it as figured out as he thinks he does.
Yeah, see, that's the one thing that I don't like about him. He thinks he's got it all figured out, and I don't think he does yet either. I don't think any of us do.
Right, right. Um, I was listening. I don't know if you've ever heard her on YouTube. It's Encoded Frequencies by Katie. She's from Australia, and she sings.
Mm-mm.
She sings and makes her own frequency music with music and her voice. And she does a lot of encoded frequencies for you to listen to for various things, for your chakras, for your, um, healing and dreaming and interpretations. And she was talking about, but she has like a direct line almost to all the galactics. They come in and out of her like constantly. It's like
Mm-hmm.
she's constantly in communication with a lot of the ascended masters and the angelics and the galactics. And
Will you send that to me?
I can send you her page, yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, she has a beautiful voice, and the way she incorporates it into her frequencies, I will put on one and kind of doze, and it's like I'll wake up with like a release of something. I can
There is
feel
that group
it.
on Facebook,
Who has a
Which
group?
one?
the one that you all supposed to be in.
I'm not. I don't do Facebook.
I'm not sure I'm in it, but send me a link. I'll gladly join it.
I thought you were in it.
I don't think so. I
I'm not
think I
on
got
here.
left out of it.
The only Facebook thing I do is the Messenger one I'm with you on, Paul. I
Yes,
don't.
that's what
I
I'm
don't.
talking about.
Oh, you're talking about Messenger Facebook
Yeah.
group? Yeah, I'll put it out on there, and then we can invite. You can put Esther on there because she has beautiful. She has one where it's Mary Magdalene, and I listen to
Ooh.
it at least once a week. It's just so beautiful and soothing. Um, It's just like a message from Mary Magdalene, you know, it's fascinating to me how she puts her music together to have that kind of ability to do that. And then she will actually put on her YouTube channels her readings that she does with people. It's just fascinating how she can get into their energy and just read their life, all their lives,
Right.
past, now, future. You know, she's the one I was telling you, Paul, that was predicting that there's like most likely out of all the outcomes, there's three that she pictured as the three most likely timelines to occur in the
Right.
next years. And I decided right away which one I wanted to be in. So
Well, I don't know what timeline is happening because it's still playing out.
it's still subject to change. You know what I'm saying? There's enough energy to go one way or another.
Right.
Several different things, I think. And it's just going to be dependent on free will. And that's what Katie was talking about, was it's going to depend on people's free will and what they decide to do in this next year or two. And there's going to be some people who don't pay any attention at all, who are just lost in
Nope.
their 3D and they don't have any idea what they're doing, what they're supposed to be doing, what's going on around them. And they're going to be the ones that are going to be like in what they call the tribulation,
Right.
similar to the, you know, the left behind in the, if you look at it in the biblical um
Sense. Yeah.
mhm, which I try not to do. The Bible irritates me. It makes me irritable.
Right.
You know that. It really
Trust me.
irritates me. Unless we're looking at some of the Gnostics and some of the lost books, I get extremely irritated at some of these interpretations. It really bugs me a lot. And
Yeah. I. I. I mean, a lot of it is true stuff. A lot of it isn't.
it's so it's so twisted and perverted at
Yeah.
this point that I'm
It's.
not the only absolute one is the Mary Magdalene ones they've been able to recover, which a lot of that was destroyed. They weren't able to recover all of her writings. But then the Book of
All I can
Thomas
say about.
and the Book of
All
Philip.
I can say about the Bible is it's a pick your own adventure book,
Yeah.
right? But
Mm,
however, you always have to use your discernment. That's a given.
right.
The truth is in there. It's just you have to sort it out between the garbage and the mess.
Hmm. And you know, Yeshua says that. He says it to me, and he also says it in any time he's channeled, is that you just have to use your discernment and figure out, because he does speak in metaphorically, in parables, and in
Right.
languages that we have turned around in so many different directions that you just kind of have to try to figure out. He really meant for you to go inside and look inside yourself to find the
Yeah.
meaning.
I mean, if you read the Bible, you could get the understanding. But the only way you're going to get the understanding is if you believe and you follow the light. It's like
Mm,
it it's like a road map that's completely dark. Oh no, you know it reminds me of the Harry Potter map,
right.
where the map is everywhere and you're trying to find your destination, But the only thing that can light that pathway is your magic, your ability.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's what I've always came to understand.
Hmm. Well, it's very interesting to me listening to Suzanne Geisman when she's channeling her version of Yeshua. She calls him Sanya, and he came to her one day and just said, "You can call me whatever you want. We'll decide on a name, and I'm going to start coming to you and giving you information for you to disseminate." And so she
Right.
has these seminars and conventions and stuff, and then she does YouTube channels on once a week. I think she channels with Sanya. I think she calls him Sanya. And she was saying that she didn't grow up in the church. And she's a scientist. She's an astronaut. She's way up in the Air Force, military, astronauty world, and had no belief in any of this stuff until her stepdaughter was in an accident and went to the other side with her unborn child. And it moved her to start investigating because she was motivated by wanting to communicate with her. And that's what began her journey and her awakening. And she was just saying her analytical, scientific mind was struggling, and she didn't really have any biblical references because she didn't go to church when she was, growing up or as an adult. And so everything she's learned from Jesus, essentially, and the angels, as far as
Right.
the quote religious part of it. And so she's got a better grounding, I think, because she never had that background to try to overcome. And it's just when she does a channeling with him, you can feel it. It's very powerful. I would love to go to one of her seminars in person to just feel the energy. But more than that, if I could figure out a way to get to a Cryon convention, I would probably sell everything I have to be able to go spend a week doing that. He has those that last even longer than that though. He'll have 2 and 3 week where you're just closeted
You know
in.
who I want to meet? I
Who?
want to meet one person, Bashir.
You want to meet Bashir? One.
I don't know.
Do you want to see how he feels in person?
Yeah.
I think I would like to do that too.
There's something about him I don't know, but I need to see him face to face.
Hmm.
I don't know what it is.
I feel that way too. I feel like I need to be in his presence before I'm 100% in. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like there may be an agenda, but there may not. I mean, I may just be suspicious and
I don't like that other dude. He just drives me crazy.
who?
You said his name earlier.
I know you don't like Cryon, but I just think he's so
No,
amazing.
Ryan. No, he doesn't bother me. The other one. I think he's full of crap.
Who? The only one I said was Cryon, Suzanne Geisman, and
No.
Bashir.
No, you're talking about the other guy. About the Anunnaki and all that.
Oh, Billy Carson.
I don't know. There's something about him I don't like.
Well, that's what we were just talking about, Astera and I, was that he thinks he knows everything. He thinks he's got it all completely figured out. And he doesn't. And that's what
probably why I
irritates
don't like
me.
him.
I think, and that's what she and I were just talking about, was that we don't like that about him, that he thinks he knows everything. And I don't think
That's
he
probably why I
does.
don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and we talked about him one night too, um, about how he is brilliant. He really is. And he's done a lot of reading. He's obviously got the money to go all over the world and investigate all these things. But I don't know. It's something about the way he presents his information as though, okay, I'm right and everybody else is wrong. And you just have to, listen to me.
Right.
And anytime anybody comes across that way to me, I bristle up and just get, what? Wait a minute. Because it's going to mean different things to different people always. None of us are right and none of us are wrong. We're experiencing it from our own selves. What happened to Astera? I can't. My contacts are all.
Ashera?
Ashera. What happened to her?
I don't know. She's down in the comments now.
Oh, she said she'd step down and listen. My contacts are all fogged up for some reason. From sitting out in the wind, watching that kid play tennis all afternoon. It was a pretty day, though, I must admit.
It was pretty warm out. I just wish my hot water would work. It's been up for 3-4 days now.
I don't know where Suzanne and where'd Diane go? Did she not want to come up?
I don't know. I don't see Diane down there. Oh, there she is.
Okay, I see you now.
I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah, I was just listening.
We're just yapping.
Just yapping. World in harmony.
I've sent Suzanne, Trina, Mel, all of them invitations.
I did too. I don't
Trina's
know.
probably in her own live.
I haven't seen.
What is she doing in hers?
I have no idea. I haven't listened to her. I don't know. Every time I go in there, it's just the panel's black and and everybody's talking. I don't see her talking or anything.
Sometimes she's way down at the bottom. She'll have something on the side, and then her block is way down on the bottom, but I don't hear her talking much. And everybody kind of talks all over each other, and that irritates me, so I don't listen long.
Huh. I've never seen her. Is it under Trina?
Yeah. Yeah, it pops up on when you go into the lives and you see the circles.
Yeah.
She's up there. And for the last couple of weeks, she's been coming up pretty regular.
Wow.
I just stumbled in there and I'm like, what the heck is going on here?
Did you stay and listen?
There were a bunch of people arguing. They were arguing about something about churchy stuff, and I'm like, oh. And Trina was just in there, but the box was blue. And everybody was talking back and forth, and I'm like, I can understand anything. I'm out of here.
She spent a lot of time with that Waspy guy, and he's pretty religious. He's got a lot of religious trauma, I think. So I don't know, maybe she's more into that lately. I just can't.
Maybe.
I can't do all that. It's too annoying to me, the way they turn and twist and spout off all this scripture that they don't really understand what it means, or they're so adamant
That's the funny
that it is exactly what it's written down as. That irritates me,
Yeah.
especially when I know
But then
how
you
they've
give that
changed
one
it.
statement. They always get mad at me for that one statement where they're always like, "Oh, there's one God, and this and that. You worship God, 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 God." And then I go back to that first statement I always name. In the
Hmm.
beginning, God created man. And then I said, "Let us create man, and let us create man in our image and in our likeness." And then they get all heated when I say that because there
Well,
was
in
more than one back then.
reality,
But again,
we've we've created the Bible God in our image, is what we did. Is
yeah,
humanity turned it around and created a God to fit what we wanted it to be, what some
hmm
people wanted it to be. And it was for purely political power reasons,
control.
honestly. Control of the masses.
Yeah.
Exactly. And, everybody was all into this new pope until he started talking about allowing women into it. And then now they're all like, ugh, maybe he'll just die. You know, it's terrible. What do you mean let women in? What are you talking about? We don't want no women. We don't want no women. Every woman teacher in history has been erased or
That's not
demoted
cool.
in some way. Because if you think about it in the Bible, there are not very many women that
No,
are
there's
highlighted
not.
in the Bible. The Judge Deborah and Ruth and Naomi, um, and then that's mainly because they want it to appear as though Ruth was so faithful to her man. You know what I mean?
You
Hi.
know, I always thought
There you are.
I don't want to bash the Bible. But
Sorry I'm late. I was talking to a friend and I just really hate when people say men and women can't be friends.
Yeah.
Well, so he got the wrong idea and was trying to make me feel bad.
What about thinking that men and women can just be friends without
Ugh.
any of that other stuff?
Well, well, he, I mean, I have never said we were anything other than friends, and he's married. And they present as being very happy and blah blah blah. I mean, and it's like the divorce just isn't final, and it was like, well, how the hell was I supposed to know that? It's like I still have a really strict rule. You're married, you stay the hell away from me. You know what I mean? It's like we are friends, and I
right,
cherish our friendship, and I'd like to keep it, but I'm not in love with you. And so anyway, I was in the bathtub when y'all went live, but I had told him yesterday, yesterday I said we'll just have to continue this tomorrow because I was in such a shitty mood after talking to him yesterday, and
Oh,
then but we've been we've gotten to be real close friends, and and I have seen his family and all their videos and how happy they seem and how in love they seem. So, I don't know if I buy all that bullshit. So, anyway, sorry that I was late, but
Well, don't be sorry. We just missed you.
yeah.
I'm here.
We don't think you have to be at our beck and call.
Well,
Although,
no, but
oh,
I that those conversations are not fucking fun, in my opinion, at all. And you know, if it was the other way around, I'd be in a hurry to get out of the conversation. But no, and it's anyway.
I have a really
I
dear
and
friend.
I don't mean like to him. You know, I love him as a friend. That's it. What? I have the worst damn connections on TikTok Live.
Your phone doesn't mess up otherwise? It's TikTok?
Right. Right.
Uh,
Is that a donkey? Is
That
that
was
a
a
donkey?
door. That was a
Oh,
door.
it sounded like a
donkey's
donkey.
going, hee-haw. Hee-haw.
It did sound like that one donkey that I watch on TikTok. You know, people send him those squeaky toys.
Squeaky toys, yeah.
I love that. I just think that's so funny.
I need to get out my WD-40.
Well, I used to
Why?
have a burro from Death Valley. Back, I believe it was in the 70s, there was an overpopulation in the desert somewhere. I can't remember exactly where. And if you were welcome to come get, I think, however many you wanted. If you could come get them and take them home, you could have them. And so my first husband's parents got a couple. They got a male and a female. And somebody they named them Jenny and Jack, and somebody killed Jack. And then,
Unalived.
oh, I'm so sorry. It was a donkey we were talking about. Anyway, somebody unalived Jack. And so then my husband had built that house on my in-laws' property. And so when we lived there, we still had Jenny. And she would see me we had a big picture window on the side of the house. And Jenny would see me in the window in the morning and start, and because I would take her apples and carrots in the morning
Oh,
to say good morning. And so she'd be braying, saying, "I see you in there. I know you're up."
So you went outside to see your ass.
I went outside to see what?
your ass.
Yep. To feed my ass. I was a lot cuter back then. I was only like 24 when we lived there. And we were in the mountains. I could walk out there naked and nobody would have seen me probably. But the UPS driver would probably pull up if I was outside naked.
Yeah.
What do you want, boy? What?
I've got a
But being up in
granddaughter.
the mountains. What?
I've got a granddaughter that
Well, lay
raises
down.
miniature
Yeah.
donkeys.
Lay
Oh,
down.
fun. They're so cute.
They're
Lay down.
precious. I mean, every one of them has just been absolutely
You're gonna have
gorgeous.
to wait.
I saw that TikTok where that guy talking about,
Lay down.
can you live without this? And he showed these miniature goats.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. They had
Yeah.
clothes on them,
Yeah.
hats, and
No problem,
I
Tara.
repost. Hey, Tara. You seen the video with that guy holding the little bitty goat in his hand?
yes,
I reposted that one. It's so cute.
that is.
When he's like, "Do I want one? Absolutely." And then he was like, okay, I can do without Netflix.
Yeah.
I can do without food. I can do. And then he was like, no, I really do like food. And, you know,
Right.
Stranger Things is coming back on.
I,
That's really
I
cute.
I follow him, and he does other things too besides things
Yeah.
things you think you have to have.
Oh, yeah. I like him. He's funny.
Yeah. He had miniature horses on there one time too. My sister had a little miniature horse, little bitty tiny thing.
I had a big horse.
She had a couple of those too.
And my legs are so short. You know, my cousins could ride bareback and stuff, but, you know, you have to have long legs to kind of wrap them around and hold on to the horse with your legs. And, you know, my legs were like displayed out. You know, there was no wrapping them around.
That's funny.
Uh, well, Mackenzie trains hers. She's got a business named the Thirsty Jack, and they rent her to go to parties and
Oh,
like wedding rehearsals and stuff. It's real cool. The donkeys have these ice deals on their backs full of beer,
oh,
and they have a ball.
that's
People
funny.
people just love to see them. And her daughter, who's 2, leads them around. So she always gets big raves. But the donkeys listen to her.
See, for sure.
Yeah. I just had one last week that is the most precious thing I've ever
Oh,
seen.
good.
Yeah. But you know, donkeys are pregnant for a long time.
A new baby?
Yeah.
Almost 2 years.
Oh, really?
Huh?
Like almost 2 years, Diane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was astonished when I found that out.
I was too, because I sure wasn't expecting that.
We had a donkey, and my dad brought it home one day. He did a lot of trade. He was a plumber and a contractor, and he would trade for things. And he traded for a donkey, for pity's sake.
Oh my.
He brought it home, put it in the backyard, and he named it after my mother. He called the donkey Ruby Cell. Her name was Ruby Ursel, and she hated it. She hated the Ursel part. And so he would tease her, call her Ruby Cell, and it would make her so mad she couldn't stand it. So that's what he named the dang donkey.
Oh my gosh.
Hated that donkey. But we had that. We had her for probably 10 years.
Yeah, Mackenzie's had hers quite a while.
When we were still living in Arkansas, living out in the woods, we had a Tennessee walking horse. And all 5 of us
My
would get on
mother.
the back of that horse, lined up. He was huge. And we just walk him, ride him around in the woods, in the forest. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds like y'all learn.
I'm sorry, I'm changing clothes because it's too cold sitting out there.
Ugh.
I got cold.
Mm.
It was so warm today. It felt so good.
It was
It was
nice.
86.
Then all of a sudden it's cold again.
It was
Yeah, they
86
said
here and it dropped.
it would be in the 40s in the morning,
Really?
Becky. Yeah.
I'm tired of that.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the dentist tomorrow. Ugh.
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
Well, there's not much left for them to do, if anything, is there? Are they just going to check your mouth?
I think they're gonna put the teeth in.
What you
Tomorrow's
talking
the
about,
day.
Graham?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you had them in.
No, I have the metal. I had the bone grafts, and then I had the metal posts put in, and now I get the teeth.
Oh. Ooh.
Well, what have you been doing for teeth?
They're in the back. They're back teeth. It's just 4.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get it.
I can't afford a whole mouth.
Thank you, Tara. I got tired of people calling me dude. I don't know why they thought I was a guy. So I thought, well, maybe if they see I had sunglasses on in that other picture, and I thought, well, maybe if they can see my whole face, I'll look like a girl.
They were calling you a dude? Really?
Oh yeah, I've been called that so many times. How you doing, dude? It's like I'm not a dude.
Well, I don't see it.
Paul, are you here? Or is Brim here?
Oh, I'm here.
I've been here. Okay, I just thought I'd been hearing Brim talking.
Yeah, you've been hearing
I
Brandon
hope I
Aaron
don't
been
look
talking
like a
my
guy,
language.
Tara. But people seem to think I do. People were calling me, you know, they were calling
Hey,
me
look, I don't have a
male
sausage.
pronouns.
I don't have a sausage.
That's so
Some women
weird.
do.
Though. You don't look nothing like a guy.
Even in your
Thank you.
black
Well,
sunglasses, I didn't think you did either. So.
I don't know
I
what,
never
but
thought
I
of she
mean,
looked like a
haven't you
guy.
noticed people calling me a guy, honey? But
I guess I haven't.
I don't see it.
I guess I hadn't noticed it.
well,
I don't know.
I don't think I look like a guy either. But
No, you got
other people.
your smile looks like it's a woman's smile. I don't see it.
Well,
Oh.
and the picture with my sunglasses on, I probably wasn't smiling very big because that was a selfie I took to send to Emily. I was waiting for my food. I had had cataract surgery. That was before my back fell apart, and so I got my eye fixed for work because I had to do nighttime events, and I just wouldn't go to places I'd never been before, and my boss was starting to get pissy about it, you know, and she was like, well, why will you go to Food on the Move at night but not go to this one? And I said, because I've been to the Food on the Move event 5,000 times and I know the way. But if I don't know if there's a curb or not a curb, I don't, I can't see shit. I would see street signs and think they were a person. I'd swerve to miss them. And
Oh, I do that too.
I was like Mr. Magoo driving at night. I was just blind as a bat.
That's a TV show I missed.
Mr.
Mr.
Magoo.
Magoo. I love that. I used to watch it all the time.
I tell you what,
Mr.
my
Magoo and the Pink
ex-husband,
Panther.
we went when American Airlines started having a nonstop flight to LA. This was obviously years ago because we were still living, all four of us lived in the same house. And so we flew to LA. We took the first flight to LA. It was a 4-day weekend. So we flew in on early Friday morning and we stayed in Anaheim. Well, oh God, what a mistake that was. The LA freeway we went straight from the airport to Santa Monica to the beach. And then we headed, I think we did a couple of things in LA that I wanted to do because I used to live between LA and Santa Barbara. So I wanted to show them a couple of things. And then we headed down to our hotel. And I mean, it was a 30-mile drive and it took us forever. And the freeway was moving fast. And it was kind of like driving in Houston, except more cars. And they were driving fast and you couldn't change lanes for, and hell no, I'm not going to let you in and stuff like, and Gary was born and raised here and he'd never been to a big city like that before. And I tell you what, he was white knuckling it and I was calling him Magoo and it was pretty funny. But you kind of had to be there.
Well, I was raised in Houston, so I know about all the crazy
I was
freeways.
raised on the streets.
Tell you what, man, I lived in Atlanta. I used to drive in LA all the time. I used to go to the airport and pick people up. I used to take their kids to Disneyland. And then I lived in Seattle, and then I moved to Tulsa. And then I went to Houston because Emily won a Russian essay contest. And so we went to the consulate, which is in the Galleria. Oh my God. Get those freeways in Houston. I think I cussed more on that drive from the airport to the Galleria area more than any other day of my life. And I mean, and the exits aren't marked in advance like they are here. It's like it'll show you what streets are coming up, what exits are coming up, and the numbers, and it's in a mile and a half or it's in half a mile, and there it's like, here it is, and it was like, well, shit, man, I passed it. It was very frustrating, and I thought we would find a really cool restaurant downtown, and we saw some, but it's like, I told Emily, I said, when we find a place to park, we're going to park, and we'll just have to walk as long as it takes. And she said, okay. And we parked. Thank God I wasn't in the shape I'm in today. And we walked, and we had a wonderful time. Is that who he is? Is it the ambassador? He couldn't have been nicer, and it was a wonderful time. I had the best tea I've ever had, and we had shots of vodka, and I mean, we really had fun. And then I said, Emily, let's just go back and eat somewhere near the hotel. So that was quite the trip. We stayed near the airport, and then we flew out the next day.
I'll be right back. I gotta take him out. Really?
Well, Tara, I lived
Okay.
there from
Bye-bye.
74 to, I transferred up to Fresno State in probably 78. I kept moving north. But LA, every place, LA's busier than when I lived in that area. I lived in Thousand Oaks, which is between LA and Santa Barbara. And then Seattle, I haven't been back to Seattle since I left, and I left in 1990. And my sister had been there more recently, and she said, Suzanne, you just wouldn't believe the traffic on I-5. So
When we started going to Houston, it was
You know.
before the toll road, and we had to take 59. And I got pretty good. I mean, I could even do the 610 loop pretty well because we had to go so often. You know, we went every couple of months for years, and then every year, every 6 months for years, and then every year. And I would rather drive in Houston than Dallas any day because
Oh, me too.
at least in Houston, if you miss your exit, you can get off and do a roundy round and come back around and get back on the freeway.
Oh
If you
my
miss your exit
God.
in Dallas, there is
Maybe
no way
if you
in
know
heck.
your way around, there were like the roads in Houston, it was like if I take the wrong exit, God knows where I'll end up because there are like 20 freeways coming and going in every direction. It was like, man,
Well,
if we take the wrong exit, we might show up there tomorrow sometime. It
you could
was,
get off.
and at
You could
one
get
point,
off and
I
then
had to pull off,
stay on the
and it was,
access and then go back under and come back around. Dallas, if you get off, there's no access and going under and coming back on. You get off, and you don't have a clue how where you are or how long it's going to take to get to somewhere to get back on the freeway. I just get lost. And people in Dallas,
well, I've lived in
they
Tulsa
will
now
not
since
let you change lanes.
I've lived in Tulsa since 1990, and sometimes the traffic here, like today on my way to physical therapy, it should take no longer than 15 minutes to get there, and there seemed like a whole lot of traffic today, and I thought, well, last week was all like frigid, so freaking cold, and I thought, well, this today it was like 74 or something. It was beautiful today, and I think everybody was on the road,
Yeah, it was
except
80,
that
80
school is
something here.
now people, all the business, so many businesses were closed, and although, I went to the hospital for my iron infusion in the middle of that, and St. Francis, which is a huge hospital with multiple buildings and all these loops and front parking lots, and none of it was cleared. And the valet didn't even come out to park cars. And I sat there for like 40 minutes, and then I finally got the phone. I finally got to somebody that was where the non-oncology infusion center. And I said, I've been out here waiting forever for a valet. And she said, let me see if I can get somebody for you. Well, the valet was sitting 2 entrances inside. She couldn't even see outside. And there was a long line behind me wanting a valet parking. So after I called, she came out, and I gave her my keys, and she gave me a ticket. When I came out, my car, she just handed me my keys. My car was right where I left it. So
We don't have valet parking. We
the
have
valet better be there tomorrow. Come
we
up.
have these little old men that that's their retirement job is they drive the little trolley out to your car and pick you up and carry you to the front or carry to whichever building you're going to.
Oh, nice. Yeah, but this hospital's so big, you could wait for an hour for if they had to drive around all the different parking lot. It's probably
Oh, babe.
5 stories.
I bet there's at least 50 or
At least
60
I know where to go
of them.
tomorrow, and I know if the valet doesn't come out to the car, I know where the second stand is.
There's so many of those little carts all over the parking lot that the minute you get out of your car, they're begging you to get on their little trolley. There's just so many of them.
Oh, good.
So, I mean, and
Good.
our hospital's pretty big. It takes up several city blocks for the main portion of the hospital in that area. And there's many, many buildings. And so they're just swarming out there, just begging you to get on their little trolley with them. So we don't have to worry about
Do
that.
you have Trader Joe's in Abilene?
No. Well, There used to be one at the mall at the Books a Million, but I think it closed. I can't remember.
Really? The grocery store?
No, Trader Joe's, the coffee shop.
Oh,
That's what I thought you were
It's-
talking about.
I'm talking about Trader.
No, we don't have that here.
They had this crispy dried watermelon, and I thought it was going to be freeze dried, and I bought it, and it's like done in the dehydrator, and I love watermelon, and I don't like this at all.
That would be kind of
So
like a
I'm going to
candied
save it for when I
watermelon.
have a visitor.
I don't think I'd like that.
It's
I don't like
the
anything
flavor is.
watermelon.
I
I
love
love
watermelon, but
I love it fresh when it's not soggy. I would eat a whole one.
Yeah.
But I can't eat anything watermelon flavored or smell it. I don't want to smell it. I'm too weird.
I love anything watermelon.
I'm a very strange
Right.
person. You know that.
And how are you, honey?
I'm good. Just kind of hanging out.
Diane,
I
are
told
you
my
okay?
kids-
Yeah.
Has the family
think-
drama mellowed out?
Well, we got her in a nursing home
Good.
out of the hospital. And it was so crazy. Ruth and I went over to the hospital. And when we walked in, Steve wasn't there. And the head nurse came and said, she's been released, but we can't get a hold of her husband. And, you know, she's being released to a nursing home. Well, then they said that an ambulance couldn't take her because she was somewhat ambulatory.
Right.
And
So the facility that she was going to didn't have a van that could come pick her up?
well, it's an hour away,
Oh,
and they didn't want the responsibility.
I see.
They wanted her to come by ambulance.
Yeah.
So we finally got hold of Steve, and he had a doctor's appointment. So he went to his doctor's appointment. Ruth and I are sitting there trying to take care of paperwork, and all of a sudden, they brought an ambulance and picked her up by ambulance. Steve never showed up.
You're kidding.
So Ruth kept trying and calling, and I kept calling. And when we got to the nursing home, we got her unloaded and got her kind of settled. And we found out Steve, from the doctor's appointment, just went home.
Oh my
And
God.
we asked him what was going on. Was he going to come up there? He said, no, just tell her I love her and I'll come tomorrow.
Oh.
Her husband?
Yeah. Now, you'd have to know the situation. They stay within 2 feet of each other all the time. They've been married 45 years. And it was so crazy because Ruth and I both were scared for Steve. Well, this morning he came in to the nursing home, and Ruth went up there with him to do the paperwork because Steve's mind was just shot. And in the middle of it, he said, you know, I don't know what's going on with me, but I can't understand anything. My mind is just not right. And the director of nursing told him, she said, when you've been the primary caregiver, and this is what happens.
Yeah.
And so,
He's just on overload.
He's dissociating.
yeah, his brain has shut down.
Yeah.
So,
I meant to tell you that the other night. I was going to warn you, and I'm sorry I forgot. That was a very strong possibility because he's under so much stress and he's going to dissociate.
and then with Carl dying,
Yeah. That's what I mean. He's had so much stress, and then now he's having to separate from his wife. and all of this is just too overwhelming, and so he's just shut down.
Yeah, and he's completely shut down.
I saw that
I
on.
was going to say, when my husband passed,
Yeah.
I had held it together and been taking care of him and been responsible and traveled to 2 different countries fighting for his life and taking care of him. And once I wasn't responsible for him, I mean, literally, when he took his last breath, it was like my mind went out my ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just in shock and walking around wringing my hands. What am I going to, and that's why, I always thought if we had had children, I probably would have held it together better because I still would have had somebody I was responsible for. But when I only had myself to be responsible for, I, I, I wasn't very good at it at that point, you know.
Well, his daughter
And
is
that's when
on her
Azrael
way
came into
in,
my life.
but his daughter's on her way in. But we sent Steve home this morning, and hopefully he slept all day because he needed
Is
it
he your
bad.
brother?
My brother, yes, Steve is.
Is Steve your brother?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay. And what's her name? Is she Ruth?
Janice.
Okay.
My
I'm trying
sister's
to
Ruth.
put who's who. And Carl was your other brother.
Right.
Right.
Oh, okay. And
No, it's
Ruth comes in here every now and then, right? Okay.
yeah.
Right.
Is she older or younger than you?
Occasionally she'll come in, but poor
She's
thing,
younger than
She was
you,
just
isn't
in
she,
here.
Diane? Isn't she younger than you, Diane?
10
She
years.
was
Huh.
just in here.
Was she?
Yeah, I seen
Huh.
her. It said Ruth popped in.
Well, she doesn't stay anywhere very long. But, oh, there she is.
Hi,
She did
Ruth.
come back.
I'm Suzanne. Nice to meet you. I'm finally figuring out who's who. I knew you were related to her somehow.
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to Steve anymore?
I was going to tell you, Diane, I told my older daughter and her husband today about your family's plan
Yeah.
because we've all been talking about it for a long time, and they were so excited. They were just
Well,
just
I think it's going to be good.
yeah. But they're not going to stick me in a tiny home. I told them that was it. That was just not going to be part of the deal.
Well, I want one.
Not me.
That's
Not if
just
I have
me.
not.
I don't mind.
I wouldn't mind
I
if it
wouldn't
was
mind a
just
smaller.
me.
I wouldn't mind a smaller house, but I want a bigger kitchen and a bigger bathroom and a bigger bathtub.
Oh,
My
yeah.
bathtub is from 1957, and I'm only 5 feet tall. And that damn thing, I can have my
All right,
back up
hold
to one
on,
wall and
Groovy.
my legs straight, and I fill up.
Ruth,
Hi,
was he
Lisa.
doing okay?
Lisa had a wonderful experience last night.
Yeah.
Lisa did.
Hmm.
About it.
I guess I never really got on TikTok last night until.
About it.
I guess I never really got on morning. I woke up, I got
You
on
did.
for a few minutes and then left again. What?
You did. You came because I did. I couldn't sleep last night at all, and I was like, "Where the heck is Suzanne? She's never answered me. She didn't respond. She didn't on TikTok, not text." And then at 5
I'm sorry.
o'clock, I saw you sharing stuff, and I thought, "Shit, I'm about to go to sleep."
Well, I had, I had that difficult conversation yesterday And but like I said, it's like this isn't on me.
Right.
Y'all present as being very happy, and I have a very strict rule, and I have never ever.
Does he want you to go out with him?
Well, he says he's in love with me, blah blah blah, and it was like, well,
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry. Things are elsewhere.
Hate
And it's
that.
like, well, you're always gonna prioritize him over me, and it's like that's how it works, dude. I mean, first of all, you're married. I don't mess with married men.
That's
Uh,
amazing that he's suddenly
Neither.
all this way.
what?
So he just
What?
kind of got all this way when you found the handyman. I'm gonna tease you about that for the rest of your life. You know that, right?
Oh God.
My handyman's married too, but if he wasn't, I'd consider it. He's cute.
So Suzanne's telling me about the handyman or she's like telling me all about this handyman that's coming to her house and doing this stuff. And then she switched over into talking about this guy that she's known forever and they've reconnected and they've done this and that. And I'm like, I'm confused in the text. And so
So
I'm
am
like,
I. Who do
So I
I
was-
connect with?
so I'm like, what? The handyman? You got a handyman? What the hell are you talking about?
I
And
don't know.
so-
I don't know.
Then she explained it to me, and I'm like, oh, okay, so the handyman is not the new man, and so now I can go on. But I am going to tease you about him being the handyman for the rest
I
of the
asked if I could borrow her handyman. I said, but no hanky panky. Her handyman's her husband,
Oh boy.
You know what we were talking about? We were talking about, I think it was the day before yesterday, we were talking about we're coming up on our 49th wedding anniversary.
Wow, that's impressive.
So he's wanting to make plans for our 50th. And that just kind of struck me. It
Don't
just
wait.
kinda- I'm
I
not.
feel like at our age, don't put off shit.
Oh, no, we're still going to be doing all kinds of things in between, but he's wanting to know what we're going to do. He's trying to make plans for what we're going to do for the 50th because that's how far in advance he likes to plan everything.
Oh man, well, pick Hawaii then, Kona.
I don't know if I want to go to Hawaii. I think I'd rather go to Australia.
Oh well,
I want
But
to see the dingoes.
Or New Zealand. But then my friend Toby sent me all these pictures where he and his wife Mel, they just went to Norway.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I
Iceland's
think
beautiful.
Iceland would be cool to go visit.
The pictures
I
Yeah,
would
I've been
like
to
to go to
Iceland.
Iceland.
That's beautiful.
It is
Stunning.
beautiful there.
I was
It is. So is in Ireland.
Yeah.
see, and
Well,
Toby was telling me
they're-
that it took
they
Mel
all
a long
are.
time. It took Mel a long time to talk him into going to Norway, and she finally caught him, I guess, at a weak moment, or else she just went ahead and booked it or something. And he said, "Why was I like that? This was the most beautiful trip. I think they were gone like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks." And he was like, "I can't believe I didn't want to go." And the pictures are just stunning, stunning.
Have you seen? There's a show with Zac Efron and another guy, and they travel to all these different places in the world. Have you seen? It's really a cool show. Have you seen
Yes,
it?
I have.
I've been all over the country, all over the world too.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
really
I'll
like.
talk about some places I'd like to go.
Yeah, I'd
I
like
went
to.
to Stephen King's
After
house.
watching their show on Iceland, I'd like.
Well, Katie was in Hawaii
but,
for
you know,
6 months,
So many.
and her pictures
That's like
were
when people are
gorgeous.
talking about, I want to another planet. It's like, I can't imagine another that's beautiful as Earth. I just want peace on Earth and clean up. And
Yeah. Well, anyway,
You know what's
Katie was.
beautiful? Stephen King's house.
yeah.
Stop it! You stop it now. You are the meanest brother ever, ever. Anyway, so what I told him was we'll have to talk about it some more because I really want to do a river cruise on the European coastline. And we've talked about that. That's a 2 week thing. It's actually the cruise is 2 weeks, so it would take longer than that because you got to get there and then get back. And I'd really rather do a 2 week river cruise or go to Australia or New Zealand or even Ireland
New Zealand.
because
Yeah.
Katie was in Hawaii for 6 months and she was on the Big Island and she hiked and she was on a bird sanctuary doing internship and she loved it. It was a different kind of pretty on the Big Island. But then when she took a day and went to the little island where the tourists all go, she said,
Yeah.
"Mom, she said you don't want to come here. It's too crowded. The people are there's just people everywhere, and you can't really get on the beach and really do anything." She's
Well, especially now with all those fires they
yeah,
have.
yeah. And I've
Right.
just never had a big interest in going to Hawaii. We've always
New
said we
Zealand.
would go to Australia or New Zealand, one or the other, or
I
both.
want to see
I
the dingoes.
Hmm.
I like
England,
the
You
Maori.
take me
The
with you.
Maori. I don't know if I say it correctly, but I really like
Maui.
the Maori culture. And you know, there was
Morai.
that TV show about the Maori family that owned a funeral home. Did you ever see that?
I don't
It
think
was a
so.
great
No.
show. I loved it. And their traditions are so cool. I really like it.
6 Foot
What
Under is
Morai?
the
Yeah.
only 6 Foot Under is the only show I've ever watched
No,
about a
this was
family
more of a reality.
funeral home. That was hilarious. I love that.
This was this was yeah, I did too, but this was a reality show. This was
Oh
real,
yeah.
and there was just the cutest family, and I just love their traditions.
Hmm.
well, England was cool.
So, is there a
You
topic
could go
tonight,
see.
Paul?
Huh?
Is there a topic tonight, or are we just running the show?
Harmony.
Harmony.
Oh well,
Harmony.
we've got
Oh well,
that.
Well, I went to
we're
Germany,
harmonious.
and I think Germany and Austria were some of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And he didn't go
I
with
went to
me,
Germany.
and I would like to go back and take him to Germany and Austria because of course he loves hiking and that's all we did in Austria was hike everywhere. We walked over 100 miles. We clocked over 100 miles walking everywhere and
I
all
think you'll
the
like New Zealand better.
you think so?
But
Better than Germany and Austria?
New Zealand or Ireland?
Ireland I'd like to go to. I think I
I'll
would.
be right back.
was
I got
beautiful.
breaking. Well, never mind. It went away. I
Ireland,
just
That's
had
what I
a
think.
breaking news pop up, and I was like, oh,
don't be looking at that stuff.
and I was gonna go.
Do
Well,
not.
you know, when it says, you know what I'm hoping it says when it says breaking news. It's like, oh,
I know,
good.
but
It was
not
it was
yet.
faster than
Not
I
yet.
said it was gonna be. But you know, timeline shift.
Mhm. Anyway, anyway, the whole deal was is that it just hit me all of a sudden that 50 years, holy moly,
That's a long time.
that's a lot of years to wake up, look at the same
Yes, it
face
is.
every day.
So this guy that was giving me such a hard time tonight is 26 years younger than me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, well, you know, age is just a number, and it's like, man, in 26 years you told me that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, man. You
But
wish you knew me when I was your age.
yeah.
Shit happens. Things change.
But the thing is we've been married 48 years,
That's a long
but we've
time.
actually been together for many more years than that because we met when we were 12. And
Oh, wow.
so,
Did you ever date anybody else
oh
besides
yeah,
him?
oh yeah. I mean, well, when I was coming up, we didn't date
Besides your brother and his friends?
his crazy
Oh
friends.
my.
I didn't date my brother. I dated his crazy friends. I went with them on. I went with them cowboy dancing. They paid me to go dancing.
Okay.
But we did, when we were growing up, we had a whole group of friends, and we went through middle school, high school, and college together. And we are
Yeah.
many of us are all still friends. And we went in groups. Everybody went in a
Oh,
big
that's good.
group everywhere. So it was like hardly anybody ever really paired off much. Um, we just all went in
Wow.
these big groups and had these big parties, and we went from place to place and partied and, listened to our music and drove around at 20 miles an hour with our windows rolled up. And, or we'd go to these big, what we called rabbit fields, because this town wasn't very developed at that time, and there were a lot of big free fields around the city. And we'd build a bonfire and bring kegs and make a big party out in the middle of the field. It was a dry county, so we'd have to drive 30 miles to somebody
Hello.
for somebody to go in and get whatever we needed and come back out and then drive back. And then, and I did date. I dated a couple of guys fairly seriously, but it just was never, I mean, it was just always, I went back to him. And then he dated a couple of girls, and he never really got serious with anybody. And we just always ended up, I'm bored. I'd call him, he'd call me. We're bored, let's go do something. And we'd go pick up 4 or 5 people and go do whatever. And I don't, I don't remember very many dates actually where we were on our date together, just us. We usually had several people with us. And then one day
Honey,
we just decided we'd been fighting and arguing and having a hard time, and finally we said, well, we should just get married. Which
right.
doesn't make any amount of sense at all because we were fighting and arguing, and we thought, well, that'll solve this problem. We'll just get married. So we did.
Honey,
So
explain
if
to
anybody
Ruth.
wants to do some donating, you can do that. If you want a card reading from one of these 3 decks, it's right there. These are free. And always remember, please like and share.
I
And
just shared
hello,
with more than
Ruby.
15 people.
Yes.
I did too.
I did 3 times.
Hello, Lisa.
Yeah.
Hi.
Honey, explain to Ruth how Steve could have a mental break like he's doing.
Okay, so what I was telling Diane earlier is this is very common, is that his whole world compacted down to just him and her. And he had very limited access to the outside world, and so he was very concentrated on Janice and just Janice, nothing else. And so then Carl got sick, and Steve was very distressed over that whole situation. And he was stressed because Janice is obviously getting worse and he didn't know what to do about it. Knew he couldn't continue to take care of her at home and feels terribly guilty about that because he thinks he should be taking care of her no matter what. But now that it's been taken out of his hands, he has just had a complete break and he's doing what is called disassociating. He is removing himself from the situation in order for him to do a reset. He's got to do a mind reset because he's been so focused on just this thing for such a long time. And then your brother and all of the things that have happened with Janice, her illness, and then the fact that he's realizing he can't be her forever savior. It's very difficult for him to process. In fact, it's impossible for him to process this. So his mind has just shut it off, shut it down, and he is wandering in the wilderness right now. But he will get better.
What
He
set?
will.
Look up, Paul. Here it comes. You ready?
What is she talk? Yeah, I see what Tara's saying. What do you mean? Which way?
What do you mean? Which way? What? Oh,
My
I don't
it
know.
fits right on my camera. Good. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. That's why I told you to look. I didn't want you to miss it
Right
again.
or left? This way or this way? So this way. If I go this way,
Maybe back
That's
it
the
up.
dog.
Back it up
I can't back
if
it
you
up
can.
anymore.
So that,
You can't back the camera up a little bit?
I can see
No,
all of
I'll be off
that.
my desk.
I can see all of it now.
Mhm.
Move to the right.
So yeah, Ruth, he's depending on you right now because he doesn't know where to go, what to do, and he probably doesn't. He's probably not even safe to be driving himself around right now because his attention span is like a gnat. He doesn't have any, and he
yeah.
can't. It's like he's surviving inside of a rain cloud. He can't see, hear, process. All he wants to do is sleep, I would imagine.
He's
Um,
probably, he might just be driving like the horse that knows his way home. Muscle memory.
yeah,
Why do you think he's not safe, Ruth?
deciphering because his neural connections are broken. He's just right now the inside of his brain is broken, and he's going to have to, redevelop his circuitry. And he's in a hard reset, like a factory reset on your phone, and it's going to take a little while for everything to come back and reorganize again in his new reality because he knows he can't go back. But there's a lot for him to process because he's a man. He's supposed to be the one taking care of her. He's supposed to be the one that takes care of every single thing, and he can't. And so he's disappointed in himself.
Perfect,
He's
Paul.
distressed over Carl. He's thinking about his own mortality because your brother just passed, and he's just got too much going on in his brain, so his brain just shut it off. It's like, you know how little babies, when they're all overstimulated and all of a sudden they just fall over on their side asleep? That's what happened to him. He got overstimulated,
Yeah.
he fell over. He's going to do a reset, and then he'll come back.
See, that's good news.
Yeah, he will. He will. And right now, all you can do is support him and love him,
Yeah.
and don't think he's
It
don't
means your
think he's
life
got
changed.
dementia. Don't think he's got dementia. Don't
It's
think he's going crazy or anything like that. He's not. It's normal. What's happening to him is completely normal. And the fact that he's such a strong man, is why it has taken this
send,
long for it to
and
happen.
send angels to him and tell him to send angels to him and tell him to ask them for help because he's got to ask before they can do anything.
Yeah,
Steve-
she's always going to ask angels for help. You have to ask. If you're
I
looking
I
for a
ask
spiritual
mine.
to help you, you have to ask.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Lisa,
I ask.
tell him your story.
Huh?
Okay, so we're waiting.
My story. I'm
Yeah,
What
exhausted.
happened last night?
I'm absolutely exhausted.
Were you helped?
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm in denial.
She was helped. I watched it happen.
I'm in absolute denial. I've just been sleeping like all day. I've been in lives today, but I keep falling asleep in everyone's lives, and I wake up and I'm in someone else's I don't even know.
That's so funny. Yeah, because when one ends, you just kind of go to the next one.
Right.
So I'll kind of recap and tell everybody. Last night
Yeah, you do
I was
it.
kind of messing around, and on watching some silly drama thing on my phone, and I kept getting my angels kept knocking on my head, trying to get my attention, and I was ignoring them, and they finally gave me a good slap. They said, "Go into April's live now. We're there. We're all there. Everybody's there. There's a bunch of angels there. Go find your friend Lisa, and y'all get over there right now." And I said,
Isn't that crazy?
"Is it true?" And they said, "Yes, it's true. We're telling you it's true. We're telling you to get there, go there, do
Hey,
this,
AC.
and get her." And I'm like, "Okay." So I got in touch with Lisa, and Lisa's like, "Okay." So we go over there, and in her room, when I got to that room, I felt it. I could feel it. I could feel the energy. I felt the angelic presence. And they were like, "See, I told you so." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And so I asked April if she would do, and she wasn't paying attention, of course. And she's like, what she was saying was so astonishing to me. I had never, it didn't occur to me. But what she said was it had never occurred to her that she could call upon the angels and get the energy that they were giving to her to give to everyone else, that she could be a conduit for their healing. And I know I've told her before that that's how I've done my healing, and that's all you have to do is ask.
You have.
But anyway,
have.
she said, you know, that just all of a sudden she got all this energy. She's feeling all this angelic presence. She's in tears. She just feels like she's filled with angelic energy and spirit and healing, and she could just feel the healing coming through her, into pouring out of her into the people she was healing in the lives. And so after some prodding, we got her to do Lisa.
Oh,
And the whole time she was doing Lisa, I could picture Lisa in her bed. I saw her laying there, and I saw her put the energy at the top of her head, and it was like a net. It was like a net that went down from her head down all across her body. And when it got down to around her waist or right below there, it lit up like somebody just turned on the fluorescent lighting, and it was blown up light from
Wow.
all the way down to her feet.
Awesome.
And I could
This
feel,
part I didn't even know.
I could feel it. I mean, literally, I could feel it for her. And then she was naming off, you know, like she was saying, "I'm taking these fluids out. I'm working on her liver. I'm working on her ovaries," she said, for some reason, and her kidneys and something. She never really said anything about the nerve pain. She didn't say anything about the gallbladder specifically, but the gallbladder spills out into the liver. And so when your bile duct is all backed up, then you've got a well of fluid that's hanging there between your gallbladder and your liver, which is what causes so much toxin and buildup and stuff. So it made sense to me that she was talking about taking fluids out from around the liver. And then I didn't know what she meant about the ovaries, and neither did Lisa. But there we go. Anyway, I did ask Lisa if she had any nerve pain, and Lisa said she'd been so excited about the whole other thing she hadn't even thought about it. But she thought
It was
about it.
true.
Once she thought about it, her nerve pain was better.
I didn't even notice it was gone. I was so like dumbfounded and so in awe of what was happening, and like the energy that I was feeling, and the tingling, and April even asked the angels to open my third eye, and oh wow, what they did. They absolutely opened my third eye.
I'm so glad. I was going to ask you about that today too, and I forgot.
Yes, I was in my friend's live this morning. She does like just a cute little, I think about an hour, maybe like every morning or so, but she's been sick for like 4 or 5 days, so she hasn't done it. but I jumped in her live. This was at like maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9 this morning. And these people are asking her questions. They're like, um, does is so and so going to call me tonight? Questions like that, yes and no. And she does her cards, and before she's even pulling up her answer, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna call you.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
And I didn't even know that I was saying it. It was like it popped out of my mouth, and I went, "Oh my God, Tanya, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, I can't. I didn't even know that I said that. I'm like, my third eye's totally open, and that really like just spilled out of me. I didn't mean to like ruin your life, because she's like, making her money, and I'm kind of in the box, and we're just like talking like we're girlfriends on the phone while she's doing her live. It was hilarious. These people are asking her questions, and I'm answering them before she's even pulling the cards.
Well, and I told everybody, I told Paul, and before you guys came in here, I think one of the main reason that they wanted me there
Hey, Brenda.
was for Lisa. That was the main reason, is they wanted to get Lisa over there. They wanted her to get the healing. And then I think the other major thing they wanted me to keep saying in the live was that you people can do this too. You can all do this yourself. You can call on the angels. They are all laying around on their cloud sofas waiting for work. They want to come. They want to help. Anybody can be a conduit. Anybody can call on angelic help and get it. And you don't have to have another person. You don't have to go through somebody else. You can do this yourself. Or if people don't want to do it themselves, you can do it for them, just the way April was doing it for people last night. That was the main message they kept pounding on my head, was tell these people in here that they can do this themselves. Tell them.
That's a good message.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm always asking my angels for help.
And they do
See,
help
this is
you.
what I do, is I take their name down, and I do it every day.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I do that too.
How come my name's not on your list?
Because you didn't ask to be on that list.
All right, well, will you put me on your list?
Oh, you'll be on my list.
Thank
Uh-oh.
you, honey. Just
Ruh-roh.
don't mistake my love for you as being love for you, okay?
Oh, God.
Yep.
Well,
I
put
love you.
Steve
I
and
don't
Janice.
love you.
Put Steve and Janice on there, Paul.
One of my friends,
Hey, Miss E. Yes, it
I think
was.
he's used to getting hit whatever he wants, and it's like, just because you want me to be your girlfriend doesn't make it so.
That's
Oh,
funny.
Tahara, send that to me if you're able to.
Do what?
Send me that video. Yeah, we're going PG.
Going into TG. What does that mean, Tara? Going
Oh, because I said, that she doesn't love you, or that no, she doesn't love you. She loves you.
I love you, I just don't love you.
Oh, I see. Going into PG. I get it now. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what did you need healing for, Suzanne?
You know what I need healing for.
Everything?
Well, yeah, mostly,
Yes.
yes, I guess so. Everything. Just
She'll
make
take the works.
And you know what? Remember, I slammed my third eye shut. I think I was 26 years old. I know it has opened up a little bit, but I don't feel like it's open. And I've asked, I listened to frequencies. I talked to Azrael and Michael and I tell them bring all the angels they want to bring with them. They can all work on me. And I've asked Azrael and my guides. It's like, do you guys work on me when I'm asleep? Now's good. I'm fixing to go to bed. Now'd be a good time to work on me. And
Okay, so Suzanne, I'm going to
What?
tell you what they're saying right now. They're saying right now that your eye is open and you're just not paying attention. You're so adamant about it
Uh
not
huh.
being open that you're making it not be open. Stop doing that. They
Oh.
want you to stop doing that, to receive. Please receive. It's there. You can get it. It's there for you. It's always open. Please stop saying it's not open.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't. I
I
just said
told
I
you that
don't
a long
feel like
time
it's
ago,
as
didn't I,
open as it
Susan?
is. What? Suzanne.
Suzanne, I already told you it was open.
It is
Okay.
open. You're
Is my crown chakra open?
yes.
All right. Well, okay, I
Yes.
believe y'all.
You've
I
opened.
don't experience the
You
things
just
I
ignore
used to.
the messages.
Michael is saying right now everything is open. You're not receiving
Well,
because
I do
yourself
know.
Yes.
you
I,
have
I,
convinced yourself that you have convinced yourself that you slammed it shut so hard you'll never get it back open again, and that is not true.
okay.
You need to open and be receiving
Well,
and be
I know
aware of the signs. They're showing you the signs, they're sending you the signs. They're there, you're not watching, you're not paying attention, you're so
maybe it's because my
adamant.
house is such a mess. I wouldn't see a sign unless it smacked me in the face.
That's what they're saying to me right now. You keep saying these types of things and they want you to stop it.
All right, I'll stop it. But one
And
of the
now
things to say to
remember
them,
last live. What did I say?
I
I
don't
kept
know.
saying everybody's not watching the signs.
Hmm.
Well, I keep asking them. It's like, smack me with your words then.
They are,
'Cause
honey.
okay, well,
I'm hearing it in my left ear right now. She's not listening.
I try.
What about me, honey?
Of course you're open. You know you're open. You already know it, you accept it, but you only use
Yeah,
what you want.
you're
You
wide
only use
open.
what you want to use. You are fearful of some of the things you know and can do, and you don't do them because you choose not to. But you're
Oh,
wide open.
okay, cool.
I know they have to be irritated with me because I ask the same questions
The
over and over and
angels
over.
never get irritated. They don't dislike you. They don't get irritated with you. They don't get mad at you. They have no
Well,
emotion. That's
they don't
why
get
that's why
irritated.
when I channel without emotion is because they don't have any. They don't have any emotion to give me to put into my words that they're giving to me
Right.
at the
Well,
time.
they
And so
they
I
do
come
have
out.
emotions. They love us
Well,
tremendously.
that's not what I mean. They have unconditional, absolute, and total love, and that's all they experience. They experience nothing else. None of the other things that we attribute to the
Well, I
universe.
tell you what, I definitely felt their love, and I definitely knew when my entourage was thinning out. I knew they all came home from the hospital with me. That, and y'all saw what kind of weirdo I was when I came back because I was just over the top
And you
joyous
can
and
and you can
giddy and laughing and crying, and I was so full.
you can
And
have
then
you can have that anytime you want it. They're saying to me right now, you can have that. All of you, everyone in here, all of the people on the earth can have this if they choose. They have to open and be receptive. They have to receive.
well,
It's there.
I mean, that was, like I said, that was the first time I ever felt divine love. Well, besides when Azrael took me wherever it was.
Because you shield and you put up shields and you don't and you're not noticing, you're not receiving, and so you aren't feeling the absolute feeling that they want you to have, and you have decided. You've decided that you're not worthy, you've decided you're not gifted enough, you've decided that you did this to yourself and there's nothing you can do about it and someone else has to do it for you. And that is
Well,
not true. That is
okay.
not true. That is not true.
Well, I got to figure out how to get back to that because I
Just
know that I I used to experience all kinds of stuff.
look. Okay, look in the mirror, sister, every day. Look yourself in the eye every day, and tell yourself, "My third eye is open. My crown is open. I'm ready to receive. I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to watch. I don't need to be smacked. I only need to be receptive. The love is there.
Okay.
Cool. Paul, you've got Ruth on your list, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
I
and
saw
did
her
you
on the
put
list.
Steve and Janice?
Yeah.
You put Steve and Janice on there?
Yeah.
Okay, good deal.
So, AK, did you catch the live last night? Did you happen to pass by through there?
No, I actually missed it. I just want to say, Suzanne, we release your trauma.
What?
Release your trauma. The
Mhm.
feeling of your husband passing.
Yes, you are spot on.
I try.
You are spot on, son.
Not
guess-
try do.
I guess I don't know how.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Well, good to see you again.
I'm so
Happy to-
happy to see you, AK. I
Happy to
like
be
you
here.
coming into lives with us.
You
Yeah.
have the power.
Dan, I just got that you have it. You just have to find it.
Receive it. It's there.
Okey-dokey.
Receive it.
I'm trying.
And I send you energy every single day, every single night before I go to sleep. The
That's
first time.
because you're so sweet. I love you, honey.
Don't slander me. But anyway, I do it every single night before I go to sleep, and then when I wake up at between 3 and 4, I send you more, and then when I wake up later on in the late mornings, I send you more. But what my angels are saying to me right now, loud and clear, is she doesn't realize her own power. You've got to take your power. You've got to accept it, receive it, and use it. You can't rely on other people to give
Okay.
it to you, to help you. You can't say I'm trying. You can't say I don't have it. You can't say I slammed it too hard. You can't say I thought I did or I'm working on it. You have to say it's done. I'm healed.
It's done.
I'm healed.
Done. I am healed, and I am in the process of healing. Gabriel told me to say that. I think you were there. I think you were there, honey.
Yeah. But you know, Robin's been on that big kick lately of saying, you know, everybody's always talking about how they're on their healing journey. What we need to pivot to now is
We're healed.
We're healed, and just accept it and know it. Know it.
Tara, AK is my brother.
He's a good man.
I love AK so much. He's such a good guy.
It was nice to have met you and just kept running into you in all these different lives that I just like, oh, hey, there she is again.
Isn't that funny how you just keep coming across the same people? It's like spirit just leads you where you're supposed to be.
You know?
Yeah, always.
I think
And hey, I don't know you, but I'm Diane.
Oh,
Hi, Diane.
you haven't met AK yet?
No, well,
Uh,
I've
no,
been here a few times.
I've only talked to Maya that one live.
right.
Yeah, and that's it.
she's also Diane.
Well, Diane. Yeah.
Either
Right
way.
then.
Either
We've
one.
been here a few times.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I'm River Blues, but I'm also known as Suzanne. And I know AK's name.
Susan.
Well, no, it's not Susan.
Don't call
I
her
know.
Susan.
I was teasing Paul.
Yeah. Well, it's like you know that I am friends with you, and I correct you when you call me Susan.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Who was it, Suzanne, that kept calling you Susan and you were getting so pissed
I think
off?
it was April. It's like, how long have you known me now? And I've been your mod for how long? And you still call me Susan? Well, I think April used to call
I
me
remember
Susan.
that.
And it was like, learn my name. It's S-U-Z and then A-N-N-E. That's like
We'll, we'll just call
Z,
you.
not S.
We'll call you Susie
Susie.
Q. Susie
You can
Q.
call me. You can call me most things that have a Z.
That's
Like
hilarious.
my other name is Saz, S-A-Z-Z. You can call me Saz, you can call me Sazzy, or you can call me Suzanne. You can even call me Suze,
Late for supper.
not Sue. If you call me Sue, I will ignore you.
What about late for supper?
Or don't call me late for
Well,
supper either. If you cook for me, I'll be sitting at the table waiting anyway. So
see, I don't go by my first name. And so it's my legal name. And so at work or in certain situations, like at the bank or whatever, if they call me by the name Helen, I don't even hear it. I don't even hear it. I'm just sitting there looking at them or looking somewhere else. You know, I'm like, who is that? I don't know who that is. Or if I'm at the doctor's office and they're calling from the door, they'll call 4 or 5 times. And I'm just sitting there reading my phone or whatever. And I'm like, it doesn't even penetrate.
Back up.
But I've been bipolar all my life because my father only called me my first name. He never called me Becky, ever. Not his whole entire life did he call me Becky. He called me Helen. And so I had a kind of a bipolar childhood because of that. And it was very annoying when people would call me on the phone and he'd answer and they'd ask for Becky and he'd say, Helen, and they'd think, shit, got the wrong number. What's going on? So yeah. So now I'm Honey. Everybody calls me Honey. We were at the tennis courts today, and all of my
Oh, honey.
kids were, oh, there's Honey. You know, I know.
I like to call her Honey Becky. My friend Honey Becky.
Uh-huh.
You
So
know, I
yeah.
have a really hard time calling you honey because I try really hard not to catcall or like do that kind of stuff, but that's like the name you go with.
Hey, honey.
You can call me Honey. You can call me Becky. It doesn't matter. But
I like Honey Becky.
the
Having grown up in Georgia and she's a Southern gal, I like to
that's
call
my
her.
grandmother name. The minute I found out I was having a grandchild, I was like, okay, he's calling me Honey, and that's just all there is to it. And
Nice.
my sister made fun of me and said I was vain, that I didn't want a traditional grandmother name because I didn't want people to think I was old enough to be a grandmother. I'm like, sis, I've waited 10 years. They were married 10 years before they had him. I don't care. But I just like Honey. It's in the grandma book, and she didn't believe me, and I had to show her. And I said, look, we're Southern women, honey, sugar. And there were a couple of others. Anyway, so she made so much fun of me that her own daughter, when her son was born, she started having her son immediately start calling her mom Sugar. So that's her grandma name, is Sugar. And it was like, that's what you get for being like that, you know? And so she's at church one day and she's telling her friends how vain I am for being called Honey. And they're just sitting there looking at her. And she's like, what? And the lady looked at her and said, my kids call me Honey. And then her friend next to her said, and my kids call me Sugar. And she said she nearly died. And she never talked about it again after that. She was done making fun of me.
Good.
So yeah, it was good. But I mean, it is a good Southern name. It's in the grandma book. And I really don't care what they call me, honestly. But I thought Honey was so sweet.
It's
My
cute.
grandmother name is Mimmy, M-E-M-M-Y,
Oh.
because that was my favorite grandmother's name. So Oliver, you know, they calls me Mimmy. But he also he calls adults by their first name too sometimes, which doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
And like sometimes, like if he's trying to get his mom or dad's attention and they don't answer right away, he'll go, Graham, and Graham will go, what? Or he'll call his mother, Riley. It's like mom or mommy so many times and they don't answer. Then it's like, Riley, I'm talking to you. Something that I think is really funny is one of his favorite things is one of his favorite songs is Godzilla
Oh, I love that song by the Green Day.
by Blue Oyster Cult, right? Isn't it?
Oh, Green Day did like the theme song.
No, I'm talking about the one from the Oh no, there goes Tokyo, go go
Oh
Godzilla.
that's Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
And then I was in California, and they had a pretty good size. Well, not a huge earthquake, but it was like 4.5 or 5 on the Richter scale in Chowchilla, and so there was a group that do parody songs, and so they sang Chowchilla to the tune Godzilla. It was really funny. If you lived in mid California, it was a funny song, especially. Oh no, there goes such and such building. Go go Chowchilla. It's
Almost
funny.
sounds like Go Go Power Rangers.
Yeah. Well, my
Go
granddaughter.
go Power Rangers. I love Power Rangers.
I see that, honey. I got to it.
Oh, no problem.
Days, you were in April's room last night, right? Didn't you get the angels healing? I'm curious to know how you feel today.
I heard his.
Who?
I heard his.
Days.
Yeah, I heard that.
Days?
I heard that healing too. I think wasn't it right before yours or a couple?
Yeah,
before?
you were. I thought you were there. How do you feel today? I pretty much slept all day and all night. You guys,
That is
I
wonderful.
fell asleep around 2 a.m. and stupid breakfast woke me up at 7:30. And of course I was a little annoyed because like everyone knows that you don't come into my room until after 8. So I was like, I could have got another half hour. But if I would not have been woken up, I seriously wonder how long I would have slept, because that's like 5.5 hours
Probably a couple more
consecutive.
hours.
Consecutive.
That's been a while,
Oh
huh?
my god. I have anxiety and insomnia. I don't sleep 5.5 hours. And then, like I said, I was in lives today, kept falling asleep. And then I fell asleep. I don't even know if I was in anybody's live. I don't even remember. But I fell asleep at 6 o'clock. I barely remember my nurse coming in here with my 8 o'clock meds. And then I woke up and came into here with you guys. So that's another like 3 hours?
You needed it.
4 or 5 hours? I don't even.
You
That's a
always
lot.
need to rest.
Yeah.
Rest is
I
when
need
your soul goes to the source and downloads the information. And when you come back, you get more intellectual knowledge, and it raises you to a higher vibration.
I'm gonna ask Azrael to take me on a trip.
It
Where you
will
wanna
take
go?
you to the moon.
Well, he took me on a trip. It was his idea. He took me on a trip to comfort me in 1984. But this time it's different because I'm not in grief. I just want him to take me somewhere and show me something.
Mikey L just told me that that I take him on trips.
Oh,
I don't know why he said that. That's so funny.
well, maybe he just
You
he
are a trip.
accompanied rather than him taking you. He goes with you as your
Maybe so.
part of your entourage.
He's seeing the
That's what
country through
I
my.
call mine. I call mine my entourage. I mean, at least in the hospital and coming home from the hospital, I call them my entourage. But
I think he's making fun of me, to be honest.
Who?
that's funny.
Mm.
Michael, Archangel Michael.
Mm. He
He
has
calls
You
him
always go on trips.
I can't even say it the way she does.
Mikey L.
Mikey L.
I've always called it Mikey L because that's what he said to me. That's
Oh,
what he
really?
said. Yeah, that's what he said.
Huh.
He said you can call me Mickey L. Mikey L. I'm like,
Huh.
oh.
Well,
I was just a kid. I didn't, I'm like, okay, he's one of those angels out of the Bible. I didn't really get it back then because I was so young. I was like, what, 7, 8, maybe somewhere around in there.
Seven.
When I first started recognizing that something other than me was yapping in my ear.
You
And
were 7 at late at night when you were in bed wearing a white nightgown.
thank you,
Who's talking right now?
Grim.
yeah. Grim has a deeper voice than Paul.
I can tell. I knew it was someone else. I just didn't know who.
Aria was here for a minute, but she took
Oh,
off.
really?
Yeah.
The girls that he channels have higher voices. Grim is.
Very strong.
He called me a smartass, but not in those words. What did he call me? What did he call me?
Smart ass.
He didn't say ass. He said, no, he called me a smart aleck.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He called me a smart aleck. That's just like
Indeed,
my
I
mother.
did.
You sure did. Do you love me now, Brim?
You're like fine wine.
He has to think about it.
You have to develop a taste for me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when you get more mature taste buds, then I grow on you, right?
Yes, like
An acquired taste.
That's so.
I love you,
the
Brim.
mold tree.
We all love Brim.
I would have ridden on your motorcycle with you.
I want to just be on his back like a dragon.
Yoko.
Mm. There's
My
Who's
Edward,
Who's that talking?
Brim.
Brim.
Where's
It's Brim. It's Brim.
Diane's dragon spoke back.
Yeah.
I know. I was surprised. I've never heard her do that before.
You haven't?
No,
She pipes up.
I don't think
what language is Brim speaking?
light language.
What?
I mean,
It's
how many
called light
light
language.
languages are there? Are there different light languages?
I think they're individual.
Each race has their own dialect.
Now that's
the-
all.
So the dragons all understand each other, or dragons from different places?
They cover.
Yes, even the dragons have different dialects between them. You got celestial dragons, you've got cosmic dragons, earthly dragon, planetary dragons, and my dragons.
My dragon. You're so.
Honey, do you have a dragon?
I do.
Is it white?
Yes. She's white
it-
and purple.
It's an angel. I haven't seen my dragon lately.
I've been
Well, like
talking
you're not
to her
opening your
more.
eyes, like it's right
I'll
there,
tell
and like
you.
you never see it.
Does everybody have a dragon?
Is that Epi?
Everybody does. Yeah.
Was that
Really?
Epi
Like-
now?
I didn't
It's like
know
right there, and you
that.
guys just don't see your dragons. I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you? All through these lives, I tell you all the time. Look, you have the dragon there, and like you don't look.
And that's Epi.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Epi?
That's another one of his people.
He
female. I can tell now.
Yeah.
he's got another one that's Valley Girl, and she sounds similar to Epi, but more Valley Girl, really Valley Girl, and she doesn't come very
Epi
often.
speaking.
Yeah, we we
Is
called
Epi a
Molly.
dragon?
No,
Epi is a tall white.
I forgot.
she's a tall white
And where is she from?
Pleiadian.
Palladian,
Mhm.
tall white.
Yeah.
Works with the Celestial Council.
And she's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. You know, some
Okay, now I just want to sing. Oh no, there goes Tokyo.
Go Godzilla.
Oliver was just blown away that Mimi knew Godzilla. It's so funny. It's like, dude, that song came out when I was a teenager.
Discovering old music.
like
And it's just,
it's like
It's always
Tara
fun when you discover new music.
discovered Pink Floyd when she was in college and thought she was bringing us home.
I loved all Earth
something
music.
new.
All Earth music was really good.
Mm, yeah, we did have the best music ever.
We did, man. I love Pink Floyd.
I'll never forget the day she
It's
came
always
home
good
with
when
that
you use
Pink
your
Floyd.
instruments.
What'd you say, honey bunny?
I'll never forget the day Tara came home from college with her Pink Floyd CD. She was like, "Mom,"
You gotta hear this band.
and we just laughed. It was, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon.
I have a
We just looked at her and went over to the albums and pulled it out and put it on and said, "Listen to it on vinyl."
I have an album for y'all to listen to in case you might not have ever heard of it. It's Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination.
That is
And
amazing.
it's you know it?
Yeah.
I love it.
I
Well,
think
and
I've heard
I love Edgar Allan Poe. So I
Yeah.
really love that album. AK, do you know it?
I think I've heard of it back in like high school.
Mm,
Well, it's on YouTube. You can play the whole album
mm.
on YouTube.
It's amazing.
It's so good. I love that album.
I used to play. I don't remember the group. Who was it that did
Which one?
Dreamweaver? I used to listen to Dreamweaver over and over and over again
Yeah.
when I was
Kansas?
recreating. No,
Is it Kansas, honey?
no, I don't think it's Kansas that did it. I'll have to
Which
look
one
and
do you
see.
want? This one, or this one?
Dreamweaver.
It's
Wasn't that?
it's off the album Sailing.
Oh,
What's his name? Shoot,
uh,
I'll think of
take
it
me
in a minute.
away to where I'm going. That Sailing?
Sailing.
Christopher
Christopher Cross. Is it
Yeah,
Christopher Cross? Yeah. Yeah.
sounds right.
Yeah. Sailing.
Take me away to where I'm going. I can't sing. I wish I could. I would love to have a day, maybe a week, even to be able to belt a song like Gaga. I love to hear Lady Gaga sing. I
Yeah.
wish I could sing like her.
I used to could sing. I don't sing very much. Sang at church all the time. That was
That's all I sang at church too. I
My
used to have a
sen-
band actually.
my senior year of college, during spring semester finals, our student union was like right smack in the center of campus, and they blasted, "We don't need no education" from the quad. with really good speakers. I don't know where they got those
Leave
speakers.
those
But
kids alone.
that was such a good album, and they played it. It was great. And we, it's like
I used to
remember.
sing Guns N' Roses and Aerosmith, and when I had a band, I was in really like Poison and oh, who was that other group? Extreme.
Yeah, all those bands are good.
Did y'all see what Tara
When I
said about
get
us? She said
What'd
we're
you
the
say?
Hollywood Squares tonight.
Yeah, we are.
Pretty much.
I
Just
wish we
joking
were
around
that
here.
funny.
Not that I
We had, remember that one live that we
love
laughed
the
so
world.
hard? It was
Oh,
like,
that's
we were like,
while y'all was in here and we were making fun of Paul and bless his heart, we were like hens cackling and laughing.
God, that was so, we laughed so hard that night. It was like, we were all bouncing off the roof probably. All I could think about was Mary Poppins and how they were, that we love to laugh, ha 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 ha, and everybody.
And poor Paul, he was just inundated with women. We were just all
Just think you're
over
a
it.
pony.
So did you hear about our
Y'all
live
just thought you were
tonight,
funny.
Graham?
No,
Huh?
He didn't. You
No.
didn't hear about our live Sunday night? We were all going, well, are we going live? And no, you never answered anybody. And so I texted Honey. I said, why don't you go live? So Honey went live, and we all went to her live, and we were. And did you join us, AK? You came in, didn't you, at some point?
no, I don't think he did.
What? Yeah, I don't remember this night. You
Oh well, then
No,
I
he
guess it
didn't.
was just
You probably. Yeah, I think
us
you
girls,
invited
and
me.
it was
Yeah, I
girls'
think you
night.
invited me. I just didn't come by.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
I've
must have
never.
been out. I think that's when I was sleeping for 24 hours.
Oh,
Right.
well, nobody got any response from you, and so it was like, Honey, why don't you go live? And so we.
And I'm right in the middle of making peanut butter balls, and so I have all this sticky peanut butter and Karo syrup all over my hands, and I'm like, crap, I've never done this before. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, it
But
it
we
worked
did
out
it.
great. Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah.
We
We had
had
a
fun. We had girls'
Yeah, I
night
did.
out, Paul.
I do remember. I was like, oh, Honey's actually live. Okay. And I was in the middle of something, and then later I tried to join, but
we
I
got
missed it.
we wore ourselves out bitching. We were just so
Yeah.
tired. And a bunch of my friends, my non-spiritual like friends, the friends that I have from like past work and that kind of stuff, high school, now they're all in my DMs like, what? You had a live and I didn't come? And oh my God, when are you coming live again? When are we doing this? I'm like, oh my God, I don't know.
I saw, well, yeah, on that post that you made about the live, after the live,
Mm,
and I saw a bunch of people I'd never heard of or seen before going, oh, I missed it. And
yes.
It
well,
was fun.
they might have been surprised if they are non-spiritual friends pop in and hear some of the conversations we have.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, most of the people in my life know. In fact, they always called me the happy hippie at work. That was my nickname, happy hippie.
Oh, that reminds me, I saw Monkey Boy tonight,
Oh, you did?
and he is going to host a shaman from Peru and the shaman's wife, and they're going to have an ayahuasca ceremony, and they're going to, and the wife is going to do a womb healing ceremony.
Yeah, a womb healing. Yeah.
And I don't, does that include those of us that are post
Yes.
using?
Yes, it does because the space is still there. The energy is still there.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what that is.
I still have my parts.
Where is that, Paul? What are you looking at?
Outside my house.
Oh.
It's
Hey,
video you took?
I actually saw mine tonight for the first time in like 2 months. I
I
hadn't
haven't
seen
Oh, I
it.
been
see it now.
outside at night in a long time.
See, it's still it's sitting there and it's blinking like that. If it
Oh
was a
yeah.
star, it would just keep blinking. That's
No,
not a star.
that's a ship. I betcha. Have you tried talking to it?
Find
Yeah.
out who it is. Who is
Does
it?
it respond to you talking to it?
Well, it moves when I talk to it because you can sit there, I'm looking at it, and then watch, you'll see it move. Like, I put it down to here, and then I said something, and then, like, it's just like, wow, it moved away. See?
Mine's still here too.
I've been doing that to me.
So it was up in the sky.
It was another one.
That's pretty cool. Are they answering you other than blinking?
It's like they,
Can you tell who
yeah,
it is?
see? Look at that one.
Yeah. Can you tell where they're from, Paul?
I can just tell by their energy.
What do you
I
think?
noticed that one, like, one of them was, Palladian. I know what a Palladian. I know that energy. But the other one was an energy I haven't experienced before. And I think it was the Octorians.
Hmm.
But I'm getting another energy, another group of beings that are just new to this planet or something. There's a new group that came in.
I've been hearing that a lot lately.
New
See, because
groups
I
coming
caught
in.
that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, look at that. Cool.
I
Yeah.
caught that the other day.
There's more and more arriving from everywhere because things are getting closer. The arena is filling, the Coliseum is filling up.
Okay, I'm back.
So there's more and
Glad you're
more
back.
arriving.
What did I miss?
Some
My
of them are
Yay.
CNC came in.
coming from very far
I didn't
away.
know you were gone.
That was
I
an
just
orb.
typed in be right back on
Yeah.
my thing.
We're so
Wow,
tiny. We don't
Was
read
it
it.
different
Oh,
colors?
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
that looks really close.
It
Oh,
is.
yeah.
It was.
How far away was it?
Like feet.
Wow, that's so cool.
It's got a lot of energy around it.
And it was right out the back here when I went off the porch. And it was right there, and I zoomed in, and that's what I got, was that.
I see turquoise and blue and purple.
Way cool.
And then there was this kind of thing. I don't know. This wasn't a jet.
Ooh.
That's
I
interesting.
can't figure this one out.
It wasn't a jet, because this is going up and down.
Ah,
And there was no
interesting.
rockets to be launched off over here.
Yeah, they don't launch rockets at night either.
No, they're not supposed to, I don't think.
Well, that looks like daytime to me, is it not?
That's evening, around 6 o'clock.
Yeah, they've only ever launched rockets in the early morning.
Oh, I
And that
didn't
was
know that.
very close to me because I'm in North Carolina in the mountains.
Why is that, AK? Why do they only do it early in the mornings? Do you know?
I don't know. I usually have to get up because Florida is 4 hours ahead of me. I have to get up at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. just to see a launch. Usually, I don't
Wow.
know.
You think
In
it's so
case
in
some,
case something goes wrong, it's all, everybody's on hand, or?
well, in case something goes wrong,
Yeah.
they can actually go and find and like rescue.
Yeah.
Can't like if it happens in the nighttime when it's dark, you got a bunch of debris going everywhere. It's like, where'd they go?
But
You guys ever see that one?
no,
No,
I
no.
haven't seen it.
that's pretty wild looking.
Wow.
Oh,
That's when I
that's
was
like a swarm. That's like a swarm.
yeah.
That looks like a tractor beam.
I was in a car and I was driving. I was we were driving somewhere and that's what I got. There's that one.
What's that? That column of light. What was that
Oh,
column
that's
of
just the
light?
that's right up
Not
here.
that. In the previous picture.
Oh, the column of
I
light.
don't know.
Yeah, that.
No idea. I didn't
To
notice
me,
it until
that's
now.
the amazing part. Is you didn't?
No, I didn't notice that.
It's pretty cool.
That's what caught my attention the most.
This was in California.
I just
On
said
my way when I was leaving.
222 likes.
Was that a couple of Christmases ago?
Yeah, that's when I left the Rory compound.
Yeah, that was Christmas time.
Is he still there?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Recruiting new folks?
Yeah, you got to get that mansion, honey.
He went
Well,
into astrology now. Now
I
see, now
couldn't
look at
stand
right
his
here.
voice.
Oh wait. Oh, darn it.
There's that ruby bracelet I want so bad. I'm
You
coveting.
okay?
I covet that bracelet.
That might be some of my own personal guidance. It's when I can't stand somebody's voice, I don't listen to them.
Yeah.
And he was one of those. Like I first caught and his whole look and the sound of his voice. It was like, man, this is too weird for me. I could not stand the sound of his voice.
Well, you know, this is how I know this was an absolute lesson for me that I was led to, is because normally I would have never
Wow, look
given
at
him a
that.
second look, ever.
You never would have what?
Given him a second look. I would have never listened to him. I would have never looked at him again. The way he looked and the way
Now
he
what does that
talked.
look like to you?
I called him
A
the
feather.
carnival
Oh,
barker.
that's so cool. That's a rainbow cloud.
He looks like a
Look at all the
dragon.
colors.
Yeah, that was
Rainbow
one picture I
dragon.
caught. That was on the way from Norfolk, Virginia.
So, anyways,
That's
his ass
really
being,
cool.
I called him the carnival barker from almost day one.
Oh
And
wow.
so I know that had to have been an absolute lesson for me that they meant to have.
They
The angels and guides meant for me to have that lesson. They presented it to me and we experienced it, and then they said, "There, what'd you learn from that?"
well, I'm glad that my
I
I'm
love
glad
that picture.
I'm glad his voice led me away because it was like, no, I cannot stand this. And I heard the
See,
voice
look,
and I was
what?
like, I got to get out of here.
That's some
But
of the
we
light
met
language I
each
see.
other.
Oh, cool.
That kind of looks like those symbols that Yaya's been seeing on her ceiling, in the shadow.
In the yurt?
Yeah, remember she's been seeing
Yeah.
those on the ceiling.
Yeah.
There's just some of them. I have a ton.
I'll
Here's
be right
more.
back. I've got to go get some water. And I've got a connection, so I'm not going to move my phone. I'll be right back.
Be careful, don't hurry.
I won't. I am slow and deliberate,
Good. Good.
unless I trip over shit.
That one
We're just gonna throw that in there.
so Paul, that one that was all that looked like a dragon. Do you think it was a dragon?
Yeah. You want to see something real trippy?
Oh, stop it. Stop. Stop. I'm covering that
Look what's
up.
inside the eye.
Exactly. That's what I'm not. That's.
Mm-mm.
A
Oh
Mm-mm.
my
face
God.
inside the eye.
Is that your
And
eye?
look, that was inside my eye.
The letter P.
A P.
Looks like a PayPal symbol.
See?
Well, we know that's evil. No.
Oh
A
wow.
P and a face. You don't think it
That's
could
that's
be
one eye.
the reflection of your face off your phone, like a double reflection? I mean, I can't explain the P, but maybe the
Yeah.
reflection of the face is a double reflection.
Now, everybody always wanted to know what Brim's world looks like. Brim's area of space. There you go. I drew this out 10 years ago before I even brought Brim out.
That's pretty cool.
Those are the planets
Where that he hangs. Where he hangs.
that he created.
Oh man, I want to create a planet.
Each planet has different races. These are the mixed races. This is the dragon. That one's the vampires. This is more like the fairy realm. This is more of the mermaidish area. This is the werewolves, werewolves and lycans, and we all know what Nibiru is. And then you've
I
got
don't.
the Orion star system over here. You've got Avalon here, and you've got Chaos over there.
Yeah.
Did you hear Lisa,
Th- th-
Paul?
Brim, did you hear Lisa?
No.
She doesn't know what Nibiru is.
What?
Nibiru is the planet where the Anunnaki had first came to Earth, and they colonized Earth. It depends on what you believe, but a lot of people believe that the Anunnaki colonized Earth and created humans.
Interesting. So that's where the Anunnaki are from.
That's the
It's
book I'm
their
going to send you,
original.
Lisa. What I'm going to do is I'm going to order it on Amazon and have it sent to your address.
Okay.
That's what I was telling you about was the Emerald tablets,
Yeah.
and you can read it. It's a short. It's not very long. You could probably read it in a day.
This is the Palladian star system.
Oh, that's me. That's my star system.
I'm
It's
Orion.
beautiful.
I'm a watcher.
And how I love
That's the
blue
Palladian
too.
star system.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess. Alright.
We love you, Paul.
Okie dokie.
No problem.
He is funny. He's a funny man.
Oh, and remember what one of my personalities was
Got the
Epsilon
Vega,
Andrade.
Epsilon, Zeta.
That's where the Greys are from, right?
Zeta Reticuli. They are in the Zeta star cluster. The Reticuli
Hey, Mike.
system.
Welcome in.
This is
Hi.
a more in-depth of the Palladian star system.
It's
Uh,
beautiful.
There's like something like 50 something different types of Zetas though also
Yeah.
that we know of.
Yes,
I
that we
know.
know of. Yeah.
There's different types of Greys.
Yeah, many,
Well, okay,
many.
Yes.
I know there's tall Greys and short Greys, but I thought that was it. I didn't know about
No.
Yeah.
All right. Back in 1969, I'm pretty sure it was 1969. They caught an orange-looking alien that looked like a gray, and they called him a gray, but he wasn't. I have the interview somewhere on my phone. He is from the future, and he came back in time because we kind of did the same thing that the Greys did. We got rid of our humanity, we went to Android and more about losing our humanity, and we became more of like a liquid. And we came back, and that's why he came back with a group of three. They came back to in time to get a piece of DNA to fix it, but they got caught. And he got caught by area something something.
Mhm.
I have to interview someone on the phone, or it's in my actually it's in my videos.
It's on my YouTube playlist, one of my playlists.
For
I
entertainment
am
purposes
interested to see
only,
that.
the Area 52 is like all things Area 52 kind of move towards S1, 2, 3, and 4 different areas. It's like the base expanded, and so now there's a lot of things happen at like S4, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yes, we're all
Right.
very entertained.
I am so entertained by y'all. That's why
Uh-huh.
that's why I keep coming
Tell
back.
you how entertained I am.
I
Just
love
tell
you
me a
guys.
story.
We will
An entertaining
entertain
one.
any idea in here.
Whoa.
That was shot
Wow.
from space.
That is
Wow.
so cool.
Is that not cool?
Wow.
That
Beautiful.
was you took that picture while you were out in space?
No,
Where did that picture come from? Sorry,
a
I just got
source,
sorry, what?
a source.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of.
Sorry. I just
Go
got
ahead.
back in my room, so that's why I missed
I've seen a
what
lot
was
of
being
northern
said.
lights, and I've never seen
Oh,
the spectrum go full rainbow.
wow.
I've only, and actually a lot like the red is hard to see with the naked eye, and so like you can take pictures of it, and then all of a sudden all these like other colors show up on your phone pictures. I'm like, whoa, I couldn't even see that.
Hi, Mike Masters. It's nice to see you. Sorry, I'm yelling. I'll be quiet.
You are
Oh,
yelling.
you're
Why
good.
are you
You weren't
yelling?
yelling.
Oh no.
I mean, yes.
AK, do you post your pictures on your
No, I've never put on anything on TikTok
you need
or
to.
anywhere else.
You need to. You've got
Yeah.
I
you
I
send
was
me the
thinking
most
about it.
you send me the most beautiful pictures. You need
Yeah,
to.
I took some today. Oh, I did send you those.
Yeah, they're beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love the pictures you send me. I wish you should post those on TikTok. And I've been telling Emily, it's like Emily, I mean, she takes so many pictures of the kittens. It's like,
Oh,
you can post those on TikTok. People love the kitty pictures.
I found a
they
whole bunch
Oh,
of
are
that's
pictures.
they are the most sweetest cats you've ever seen.
They
If
are
you
so
haven't seen Emily's cat.
they
What do
are
you think
so
of them?
lovely. That's
that's
gorgeous.
beautiful.
Wow. Let's
Wow.
screenshot this one.
That's really cool looking. What was it?
I can see a star in there.
Will you bring it back so we can bring back that other one? Oh,
That was an orb.
well, that's amazing.
It's like a star inside of a bubble with an orb inside of the star, and the orb has a yellow ring around it.
Right. Trippy.
It is.
That's
It
amazing.
is
That would be
trippy.
so cool to see in person.
Yeah.
Oh, I see tons of stuff. This was somebody, not me.
Look at that. It's an angel.
Wow.
And then
That
look at
was
the
not me.
sky, too. Did you see the sky?
Yeah.
little bit.
This
I
was from
was,
Chicago.
wow.
Oh, is that the one that came to O'Hare?
That was from Chicago a little bit ago.
That's
Uh,
huge.
Oh,
yeah.
a little bit ago.
Look at that little FBI guy over there. He's
Right.
he's going, oh shit.
Wait,
And
where in
look at
Chicago
all the
was this?
cops. And if you look, all the police cars are coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what are they gonna do but wet their pants?
Where in Chicago was this? Because you know that's where I'm at.
I don't really know. All I got was Chicago Airport.
Well, we have two. We got
I would,
O'Hare and we got Midway.
That was
I would run.
O'Hare.
The
I
O'Hara.
would
one that
run those.
happened at O'Hare, that was years and years ago, but yeah, it stopped flights. They had to do a ground stop.
I would run
And
those through an
UFO was
AI
like
detecting
messing with
app
all the
just
electronics
to
and the
be sure.
control tower.
If they're not yours, you know.
So, Paul, the other night on our live, you know how when the lives show up and you're in the circle, and if other people are
Right.
on in the boxes with you, their circle is behind you. Somehow,
Right.
when Thomas came into our live, he got in front of me. He got on top of my bubble, and so this person came in and said I was impersonating Thomas.
Oh, that was weird, wasn't it?
I can't remember who it was. Anyway, she
I
ended
don't.
up staying and staying with us for the rest of the evening, and
But
we.
but didn't she say something like it's rude of you to be pretending to be Thomas or using? And it's like there's no way for her to do that except to log on to his account, and the only way she could do that would be if he wanted her to. So that was. I didn't she say it was rude of you or something like that?
She said I can't remember now exactly what she said that
I
it
mean,
was.
it was judgmental, whatever she said. It was kind of like,
Anyway, I explained to her that Thomas had been in the live. He was in the box, and that's why his picture was there. I have no idea why he dominated mine, but he was not the live creator. He just
no,
was in the box.
but
Now,
the one,
somebody
the
show
one on,
this.
the
She
one
Hold
on
on
ended
one
up,
minute.
she
This
stayed.
right here, the commander showed it, but he didn't show the complete thing because I was the original one to show this. But here you go.
Yeah, I just
It's
saw
where
that.
that
That was
flight
pretty cool.
disappeared.
Uh-huh.
I have the whole thing. Because
What
I'm the one who
are you
originally
talking
came out
about?
with
That
it.
Malaysian flight or something?
That makes sense. I
Mm-hmm.
remember when he showed it.
Yeah.
I have the complete one. And I got it from a source in the area. Yeah, I
look
can't
at
really
those
say.
look at those ships circling it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Was that a commercial flight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had scientists and a bunch of people on there. They were important.
That would be so cool to be on a flight and see ships flying around it like that.
Watch what happens.
Yeah. Hang on.
And that's where
Whoa.
people end it. That's where the commander ends it right here. But he doesn't have this part.
Whoa.
Whoa. What the heck?
Infrared. Reading
Wow.
heat signatures.
So it's still there. It went through the portal, but then it's still there? Or it. What?
No, they just replayed the video and did it with heat. Another camera had picked up heat sensors. This is radar.
Oh. I see.
It looks like it's in reverse too.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Wow.
and then it's gone. Just like that. That's
I wonder
something.
where they took them or phased them out to.
See, I'm the one who originally had all of this footage. Even
Okay, cool. I wish you
Retracted
would.
didn't have all this footage. They only used a piece of it.
That's cool. Look at that.
Nobody has any of this but me.
Well, why are you being selfish?
I did put it on my videos a long time ago.
And then somebody took it.
Yeah, they took the video and chopped it and said they found it from their source.
And
Yes.
printed it as their
Wow.
own.
As their
Because
source.
if you look at what the date is of when I pushed it out here.
August the
Eight.
23.
Yep.
August 11th, 2023.
And I had it way before that.
Huh. Well, I'm not surprised.
I think I saw it before then, and then I saw
I
it
don't
on.
mind. I wish you would have asked me though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care. I
did
wish
see it.
somebody would have asked me.
I
Shit.
did see it on Commanders.
Mhm. He shows it kind of often. I've seen him show it, but I saw Paul. We shared it way before that, though. I remember seeing it before 23.
Wow.
But yeah, the rest
I
of
didn't
them
know
I've
that.
That's when I
never
put it
seen.
back on here.
Oh my God.
Watch what happens to the ship.
It's so
Where's
cool.
this, Arizona?
I think so.
I see a face in that rock.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
A shocked, surprised face.
Yeah.
Watch the ship. Let me see if it shows it.
So cool.
Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
It's gone.
Mhm.
Straight up.
It zipped right up.
Wow.
Zero resistance against wind or gravity or anything.
And it was powered by the middle.
Mm. Hello, Gracie.
There's two faces in that rock. There's one looking to the right, and then there's one looking out kind of towards us.
I could stare at that rock for a while and see all sorts of things, I think.
That big thing right there is a rock.
The mountain, yeah.
It looks like a Bigfoot face to me.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what it looks like. to me.
Hi, Gracie.
Jinx.
Oh, you guys watch this one? This was sent to me.
Whoa.
Oh, that's so cool.
That looked like crap I
Watch
used to
it.
look at in my microscope in school.
That's how they do it. Jeez.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
Is that
I
on
know
your
the
on
flowers
your
don't like it.
Paul? Is that on your page?
Yeah, all these are on my page.
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to show that to somebody. Those are so cool.
Some of them I've seen, some of them were sent to me. This I was saying this is Starlink, but people were like,
Yeah.
"Ooh." I had seen
That-
this. This
That
was in
looks
Scotland.
like. Yeah, now
And
that's
somebody said it
different.
was. Yeah, somebody was saying it was Starlink. So I was like, no,
No.
it's not. Because
That-
look,
That's Starlink.
that's Starlink.
How can you tell the difference?
That is Starlink.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
The
see,
way that
those are all in a
they
row.
are. Yes, and they're all in a row, and they're closer, and there's no red. Look at this one.
Yeah, that's
J-
different.
221122.
Is that just one huge ship?
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at this one.
Oh,
Wow.
wow, beautiful.
I could lay down on the ground and just watch that for hours.
Yeah.
That's what I seen one night when I was outside.
It's so sparkly and beautiful.
But then there was that. Look at them.
Well,
Can you imagine how massive that is?
Right?
unfathomable. Just some of these
Today I heard
things.
that there is a race of aliens that have a spaceship that is planet size. And they said that they don't know, they're not going to say, or they can't say, what planet. It could be a small planet, but it's still planet size. But just think
Wow.
about that. A planet sized spaceship.
To me, that just says Nibiru.
That's a fairy, but you can't really tell on the camera.
Yeah,
It
you
looks.
can. You can. You can
I mean,
tell.
I knew it. I knew
Yeah,
it was
I
a
could see the
fairy.
feet, the wings. The center of it's just so bright.
Yep, I can see it.
The best fairy I've ever seen was that night on April's Live that Sarah was
Yeah,
a
the
young
giant-
little fairy that got shit-faced drunk, and she
Telling-
came right up in front of her camera, and you could see her clear as a bell, and she was all green, and her wings were going. I mean, it was amazing.
And she popped her into her pocket.
What
Yeah,
about this one?
yeah, that's pretty cool. Whose hand is that?
Not mine. It was sent to me.
Almost kind of looks like a stick.
When I look at mine through that filter that I
Yeah.
use, I have ones that look like the little Tinkerbell ones, and then I have ones that don't look at all like a Tinkerbell.
No, some of them are kind of freaky
Oh,
looking.
look at
That
that.
is way cool.
That's wicked.
That looks like some kind of being, but I don't know what kind.
Well, Thomas was doing a live one evening in Georgia. He was sitting in the middle of a park and he was he was showing videos. What
Two
he-
moons.
and I saw some beings like
Whoa.
that that he in amongst the trees, and
Wow.
he was sitting there like talking to them about crossing over, and
That's supposed to be our mood.
he was telling them he was crossing over the ones who wanted to go after he talked to them, and there was some that just weren't going to go, but I could see through his video, I could see some of those figures.
I took this picture.
Yeah.
Look at that. Was so cool, Suzanne.
Perfect timing.
I have my ways.
Hmm.
Sometimes
Oh,
my
and look at
timing
that.
is good.
Look at back
Wow.
there. Another one's coming.
Yeah, I see it.
Wow.
Wow. So cool. That gift matches your tablecloth.
He found that, like, what, laying around in the trash or about to be in the trash or
I remember him saying He found it.
Mm, it's perfect.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Hmm.
Look at
True story.
that. Here's your angels.
Whoa.
I love the angel
There you
clouds.
go.
I love
That's
them.
cool.
Oh, I have an
Wow.
angel wing cloud.
Mm.
Oh, his wings are down.
Sometimes when I'm laying in the pool and it's getting toward evening time, I can see the angel clouds. Mm.
These are all the sightings I've seen up until I moved here.
I love that one. That one is pretty cool too, actually.
Whoa. Look at that.
We saw some pretty amazing cloud-looking things when we were in Utah. When we were, traveling the national parks through Utah last
Oh,
year.
watch this. This is trippy.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness!
Why is it all hitting like in the same spot?
Look at
That's
that.
ground lightning.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's
That's ground lightning
that's
there
like
too.
go inside.
Yeah.
Don't go in the metal building.
Don't stand underneath a tree.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought this was funny. One of the clouds.
It looks like the Enterprise.
Voyager.
Mm-hmm. So I was hoping Yaya would come in time for the reading.
Well, she was here earlier. Did you not see her?
No.
I didn't
She,
see
No.
her.
she was in here. She just didn't say anything.
I sent her a couple of messages telling her we were going to do a collective reading, and I
Well,
just haven't seen her come in.
When I came in, she was already here.
Oh, I didn't see her at all.
No, I didn't either.
I didn't see her.
I saw her, and then I looked at the list of people that were in here, and she was here. And right now, the list only shows 6 people. I don't know.
I
Mine
show
shows 8.
Hey.
Why no? Well, I see the number 8, but when I click on it, I only
Oh,
see
because those are the
6.
people that are
Well,
They're-
AK,
Hi.
they
AK
have their account set so that you can't see them when they go into rooms.
AK's
Oh.
not on the list if you go in there and look.
Oh, well, I need him to teach me how to be invisible. I want to be invisible.
Baby, you could never be invisible. You know
Because I
that,
can't
right?
keep my mouth shut.
You cannot.
Uh,
You don't know.
You
how.
know,
It's okay.
somebody.
It's why we love you.
It's because my light shines so bright, right?
It's exactly right. Your light is luminous.
Illuminating.
all right.
I-
Let's
I-
get these
I-
cars going.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get Yaya in here too.
Okay, give us a second to talk her into it. Hold on, let me find her.
We'll get Mel
Good one.
I'll get her too. We're gonna all bug her.
and Hopi, Mel, and Yaya.
Well,
gonna-
Mel says she's not getting our messages.
Well, we did.
And
it.
she's been missing us, but we've all been sending her invitations and
Oh, we did it.
Sue, Tina, Callie, Cheeky
Oh, yeah, where's
Monkey.
Callie?
Y'all know Cheeky Monkey?
I don't.
Tanya doesn't. I invite Tonya a lot, but the thing about Cheeky Monkey Tonya, she and I, we love each other. We're in the same soul family, but our politics are polar opposites.
That's hard.
And so the comments that she makes on my videos are hilarious. And she doesn't come to the lives that I invite her to normally.
Well, you know,
I love Tonya.
I don't,
do.
I, d- I
I've
don't
met her
remember
forever.
where I met her. I don't know if I met her in Thomas's
No,
live,
Robin.
but
Robin's live.
oh,
That's
okay.
when, because I met
I
her.
think I've seen her. I think I've seen her in Thomas's too. But like, she messaged me one time and she said, "You really love dogs, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And she sends me dog videos and
Oh.
stuff, and
Well,
she's always
she
been really
sends me a
sweet.
lot of sweet things, but she also makes amazing comments on my reposts. And so
Well,
we kind of
it
laugh
doesn't.
about it, but we're polar opposites.
Yeah, well then she is to
Completely.
me also, but you know, you don't have to look far to know what my politics are. You know,
Right, right. But
no
I
one
met
would ever
I
no
met
one would ever
Tonya.
confuse me with a conservative person.
Tanya was one of the first of the Soul family that Robin started back in when TikTok first started, like 6 years ago. She was in that original Soul family that we had, where we had about 50 people that were in there. And that was when he was recording the readings for the collective.
Yeah.
And she's been with Robin and that Soul group, which the Soul group is kind of, it comes and goes, ebbs and flows, but there's about 30 or 40 people that are the original group.
Yeah.
And she's one of those.
I haven't been in any of the original groups.
And so anyway, well, it was really funny because I just had gotten on TikTok, just barely got it downloaded. And I come across this live, and here's this dude with this long curly hair and these beautiful eyes, and he's sitting there in the lotus position just talking, and I was riveted.
Was that Robin?
And I was like, dang. And so I immediately joined his live, and that's when, and he said then it was his very first live.
Oh,
That's the first time he'd ever gone live.
that was Robin?
Uh-huh. And so I've been with him since then.
Wow.
And if anybody really wants a true eye-opening experience, read his readings.
You got real muffled.
If you really want some enlightenment, go and listen to his readings for the collective. It's Asiel the Oracle, and you can go into his bio, and then it'll show you readings for the collective. And there's like 234 of them, and they're kind of sped up, so it doesn't really take 10 years to go through it. But it starts from him from the very beginning when he's first trying to figure out who's this voice in my head and why does it keep talking to me. And then it goes through him learning how to do the channeling, how to channel what he's doing. And he's showing us
Oh, wow.
physically how it's affecting him. And he's just talking about all the problems he's had, trying to adjust to being human, to being on Earth and being, all the struggles that he's had. And the transformation is glorious to see from Asiel in the beginning and what he is now and how much he has transformed into Asiel. And he didn't realize Asiel was his higher self at all. He didn't know who Asiel was. He just named it that because he thought it was a fun name.
If anybody hasn't been to one of his lives, you should go because you will fall in love with him immediately. He's just the sweetest soul.
He helped me. He helped me resolve so much of my religious trauma.
He gives
that I didn't even know I had.
I have never known anyone to give such detailed, accurate readings when, and they're so fine-tuned for the person that he's reading for. It's mind-blowing, really.
He gave me one over the phone, and it lasted 2.5 hours. He was in my energy for 2.5 hours.
You
And it
probably felt amazing
and
afterwards.
I was like on a cloud for 2 weeks after that. Just I couldn't I just can't explain. It just felt his energy feels like everything good you could ever think of. Cotton candy, bubble bath, um, fuzzy blanket, just everything. All rolled up in one, and it's all in your heart.
I've never done that for anybody here so far.
Done
You
a
have
your
Not personal.
your energy feels everybody's energy feels different to me, and your energy feels to me very familiar and family. If you if if I can explain, it's like we've always known each other forever and ever and ever. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but that's how your energy feels to me.
we always show
Is that
up for you,
poppycops and
Paul. We must
rainbows?
like you. Okay.
But I mean, I didn't mean to make it all about Robin, but I just wanted to explain, Tanya, how she's precious, but she doesn't come to the lives I invite her to. I invite her all the time, and I
I
don't.
do too, and I sent her an invite. I'm sure it's been to Paul's,
Yeah, I do. I
and
send her
and
them.
like she has
Haven't
said,
met her.
"Oh, I'll come next time."
Hmm.
Her
She
name
does.
is Cheeky Monkey.
Marvelous does that too.
I
Marvelous
think I've
and
met her.
Lassus, they do that too. They say, "Well, I'll come next time," and they don't.
I mean, it's up to them. I get invited to a lot of lives that I don't go to, but it's usually because I don't, I mean, sometimes I pop up, sometimes I get on TikTok and just read my messages, and sometimes I mean, I'm already in a live possibly, or I was in a live when I got invited. Sometimes I'll send somebody an invite to a live and they send me an invite to the one they're in, and it's like, okay, they're in a different
I
live.
did
So,
that. I did that.
I mean,
Why am
that's
I
what
not
I do too.
surprised? I'm looking at the
But
cards and same three cards come up again. It's funny.
Suzanne's
yes,
cards.
are we getting spicy?
Oh, here we go.
Well, Mike is in here
Let me see if
tonight.
this.
He might get a special message too,
Let me see if there's any more.
because he
I
got a
noticed
really
people
good
listening
one.
outside the room.
Mike got a really good one last reading he was in here for. You gave him excellent reading.
Good.
Yeah.
I noticed somebody outside the room. I feel 2 or 3 energies out there.
Well,
Well,
that's okay. We love you. We love
that,
you.
they don't want us to see them, maybe.
It's
They
okay.
don't know
Right.
April's trick of being invisible.
All right. Let me see the first card is sadness. There's people in here that have many sadnesses. I'm feeling a lot of sadness about death and passing on, which you shouldn't be afraid of that. It's just a part of life and the circle of life. And when we pass on, it's just us evolving into the higher being that we are. No matter if you're angelic or you're a space being, you shouldn't feel the sadness. You should rejoice in the happiness that they're going to a better place. That it'd be sad because they're not with you, but they're still with you. You just gotta feel them and be aware of them, Even though you're not sitting there talking to them, they're still around you.
Mhm.
But a lot of people are still feeling that sadness. And this is pointing towards Maya is one.
It's okay. She's still a
Suzanne.
period.
It's pretty
Suzanne,
fresh.
Suzanne too.
I
So
don't feel
this card is
sad
for you
though.
too.
I don't feel sad.
More.
You don't feel sad, but it's still there.
Well, you know.
It's you think about it,
Well,
and
Well,
it brings you down a little.
I talk to him a lot. But I talk to my people. I talk to my mother. I talk to Jennifer, and I talk to him sometimes. But lately, I've been talking. Lately,
Oh,
like when I sit
that's a
down
good card.
with my pendulum, and I so that I get answers. And I ask if they're there. And my sister has been hanging out with me more.
that's good.
I've been talking. But I've been talking to her ever since she passed.
And this one must be attached to that one because I see them both together. This one's have faith. Have faith in what you do and where they're going because it's not. Don't ever think negative about yourself. You have to have faith that you're doing the right thing. Believe you're doing the right thing because you're always doing that positive thing and that positive reinsurance into your life. That well, you have that faith. Just have that faith with inside of yourself. Believe in yourself. We don't, slack and have that fear because that fear will bring you down. And when they pass on, just have the faith that, they're gone to the right place. They chose their path and, you're going to choose that path too and what your path will be. But just don't sell out
Mel is here.
because
Hey, Mel.
Sorry, Paul.
if you sell out, you're not only selling out, the universe, you're selling out yourself. And, you have to be your authentic self. Don't be something you're not. And I'm seeing this from two people. I am not seeing who. But it says, don't, be who you are. Be your authentic self, not the one that you want the world to see.
AK's missing Mr. Woolley. His kitty.
How teachable you are. And a lot of you are teachable. And you have that teachable lessons within inside of you. Each one of us are teachers. We have to bring it to full circle where we're being taught, but we're also teaching other people because we all learn from each other. We all learn from our mistakes, and when we stumble, we're there to help each other when we fall.
Yes.
Now, this one is an interesting card. I have not got it yet in a live, and this is the first time. Soulmate. Somebody has a soulmate in this live.
I have a soulmate.
In this live right here, right now.
Well, honey's a soulmate. Aren't we?
It's not that kind of a soulmate.
Oh. Well, my soulmate's not in here that I know of. My other one.
I don't know if it's somebody watching, but there's two in here that are soulmates. A man and a woman.
Do they know they're soulmates?
No.
AK, buddy, you think we got something going on the soul level?
Oh man, I knew you from a past life, maybe.
Maybe.
But soulmates, it's never popped up before in any of the lives, and
Wow, that's funny.
I'm getting they're very strong energies. The male energy is kind of a dominant, shy person, and the female energy's tender, loving, caring, sensitive, more of a mother. We have tribal
that could be a
and
few of us, I
family,
bet.
and you're always welcome to the tribe, and it's saying that we're doing good, and the universe is happy that we come together in a collective as a tribe, but we have to be more knowing of each other. Pick up the hints, watch and follow the signs, listen to the wording. because wording matters. Now here's another one that's new too. This is a new one. A victim in consciousness. Someone feels like they're a victim, and they're doing it in your subconscious. You're feeling like you're a victim, and you're not realizing that you're not. You're not the victim at all, but you're playing yourself as one.
Hmm.
You have to feel the love within inside of you. Everything that happens for a reason. And that reason will lead you down the path you need to. Because you are that light, you are that beacon. You are that lighthouse that pulls in the darkness and scares it away and brings in the light. You are the one to do that. You just have to look within inside yourself and find that light. Because you are burning like the sun, but you're hiding. And you're feeling like you're the victim when you're not. You have to be your authentic self and let yourself shine. And all these troubles that come at you, dodge them. Get rid of them. They're not part of you. You don't need them. It's your power, your energy. Take control of it. And of course, we got the wild child here. We got, again, with the wildness. You know, yeah, it's okay to be wild, but sometimes you have to be tame. And your arts there. They're back to back again. We gotta be wild. It's okay to be wild, but take your precautions and don't just jump into anything wild and crazy and anything like that. You want to know the person and know what your heart tells you. Follow your heart, not your brain and not your drive, if you know what I mean. And you always want to take off that mask within yourself, because you don't want to show people your fake self. You want to be authentic and show them your true self. Show them who you truly are and what you're capable of. That you have the power residing in you. And you don't need to hide anymore. You need to break free, become one with the universe. Don't fall into temptations. We've got all new cards today. Do not fall into the temptations of the world. The world will lead you astray. Don't be living in the world. Don't be living of the world, be live in the world. Which is, you want to, find who you relate with and you resonate with, but don't live, for humanity. Like, what does this person think? What does that person think? That's of the world. You don't need to think of that. Think of yourself as a spiritual being living a human experience, and you're here to learn and to grow and love. Love is the key to it all. When you learn to love, not just a material love or just a physical love, you that unconditional, universal love. And that's what Jesus had. And a lot of prophets and people had that universal love. No matter what somebody did to you, you still love them. Don't fall into temptations of the darkness, and don't fall into it. You want to discover your life's purpose. When you walk down the path in your life, you learn from your past. Your path is something that you need to discover yourself. And you learn that from your past lives and your past transgressions of what you lived in your life. You take all that stuff that you learned, and it'll help you into the future. It'll help you guide others to learn, to teach them what you have learned, That is our key as humans, to help each other when we stumble and fall. That's part of the journey. And don't think sad of it. Think it as harmony, harmonious, love, compassion. And bring out your inner child. A lot of us don't bring out that inner child because we think when we're adults that the world thinks of you as, you can't think like that, you can't do that, you can't do that. Be like the child that just came into the world. A child that's curious, magical, believes, has faith, and just innocent. And that's what you are. You're innocent. Don't be follow into the world and not be innocent. And again, unleash your creativity. When you really unleash that creativity, people will see who you truly are and your authentic self. Each one of us, we might not think we're creative, but we're creative in a certain way. Because like all, we are a fragment of a greater being, a source, a God, a creator. We are a God, a fractal of that. So each one of us can create something beautiful. Create it. If other people don't like it, then that's fine. They don't have to like it. It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is what you think. What it means to you. And in all of this whole reading, it's basically saying, don't wear a mask. Be your authentic self. Don't fall into the temptations of the world. You discover your purpose through your life. And it's okay to be wild in your sexuality and your arts, but you don't want to play victim into your subconscious and think yourself any lower than what you are, because you are a God, you are a creator, you are love. You are everything you're meant to be. You only have to look within yourself to find the true power. You listen to your mind, it's going to get you in trouble. Listen to your gut, listen to your soul. You always want to listen to your intuition. And there you go. As everybody goes silent.
Thank you. Thank you for the reading.
Thank you,
That
Paul.
was a good reading. Yeah.
Thanks. Wow.
Well, I think it's what we
Oh,
talked
did that help
about.
Good.
anybody?
I think it's pretty much what a
Yep.
collective of everything we talk about when we get together is that we are all authentic, we're all different, individual, and special, and we just don't know it. We have to keep promoting ourselves. We promote each other, and we do a very good job of that. We support and elevate and send energy and love and do all the things for each other, and we forget to include ourselves in that. And in the fact that we're extremely powerful. We don't have any idea how much power we actually have.
And this one goes to Groovy right here. Na shiny akunia na nyoy. Na na ni shinia ka no no dia sitika. You know, young one, you always have the power within inside of you. You have that healing. You can heal yourself. It doesn't matter if you cannot walk. You can walk in many different ways. I am on my ship and I'm watching down. I am always here to help and guide every one of you. Some of you I feel very close to me. I've often walked across the breastplate of Mother Gaia, and I could feel all of your hearts and all of your emotions. I wish that I could be there physically, but I cannot do that right now because you're not at that vibration. But I am there. You just cannot see me. I am the warmth that touches your shoulder. I'm the whisper in the wind. I'm the one that gives you that warm feeling within inside of you. Just remember, you can hear yourself. Do not feel the sadness. The sadness is nothing. Feel the love and compassion that me and the others in the universe have given to you. Mother Gaia is a good healing source. Drink from her waters. Feel her breastplate. Feel Mother Gaia. Reside within her. Do not cast a negative energy to her. Feel her love and compassion for you. And many times as I spoke about Mother Gaia, and many of you heard me cry about that. Because we know, we often, even as us in space, we go on our own planets and our own little Earths. We don't take our planet much. We take it for granted. But we don't realize that our true selves that we have to be one with our planets, one with our schools. As you, as Earthlings, need to reside more with Mother Gaia. Be in tune. Feel the air. Smell the air. Feel the warmth of the sun across your face. That is the best healing that you could ever have. And when you fall, dust yourself off and stand back up. Because you are the gods. You guys are the masters. And you all know who I am. Peace be with you. Especially with you, Groovy. Or might I say Lisa?
Wow.
Thank you, Effie.
Whoa.
It was
That was
That was
Aria.
Aria.
It was area.
Yeah, I
Was
thought so.
It was area.
Was it area?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I felt her. Anytime I've ever asked her, she's come. When I've asked, she will come.
so. Is this gonna sound crazy? When she said, "You know who I am," I immediately thought mother.
Um,
Not at all.
She is one of the Mother Palladians.
yeah. And a teacher.
I felt
Yeah?
immediate, just instant. The word mother. I am your mother.
She's Electra.
Mhm.
Like I'm sweating so much, I'm pulling all the blankets off of me.
She's amazing, actually. She is.
Yeah, she is.
And like I said, anytime I've asked her to come, she has come to me. She's been very available.
And she's also spoken on lives. You heard her. Everybody's heard her.
Mm,
She's spoken on multiple lives. No matter what live I'm on, she'll speak.
yep. Yes. You can hear her in the background. You can, she's with you all the time. Well, she's with you a lot. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think they ever really fully leave us like we think of leaving us. You know, Suzanne, when you say you felt them with you and they were such a strong presence, and then you felt like they left you. They haven't. They don't.
Well,
They don't really leave you. It's just the intensity. We can't tolerate that kind of intensity for a long.
oh man,
She said she's over there healing her right now.
if I felt like that all the time, I'd probably be committed because I was so.
She's saying she's over there healing Lisa right now.
So
I was
You-
high.
can you feel her, Lisa? Can you feel her with you?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Arian.
That's when you know she's there when your body lights up and it feels like a Christmas tree.
That's what I feel like right now. Like I can't move.
Yeah.
You're
That's
all
what she does to
sweaty.
me.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here. just
Your whole body tingles and you're hot as hell.
yes, I took off all my covers and I'm like ready to take off my sweatshirt. I'm sweating.
Yeah,
Let her
she's
work on you.
she's she's powerful. I'm telling you.
She was one of the Pleiadian mother teachers that were on the planet during the recovery period after the Seven Sisters came and threw out all the dark energies, and we started to heal our humankind from all the
Hmm.
atrocities from the Anunnaki. And she was left here with several other Pleiadian mother teachers to teach us our history. It's just we've forgotten so much of it and twisted it and changed it and written it down incorrectly. But it's like, you know, it's like God didn't just create us and then say, okay, go on your way. That would be ridiculous. It'd be like, giving you a book and you didn't know how to read. What are you going to do with
And
it?
see, she's the one who saved my life
Mm. So the
many
Pleiadian mothers
times.
came to teach and stayed to teach, and she's always been here.
Did I ever tell you about that? You must have heard it in the live the other day. She's
I,
the one who, when I was in the fire,
yeah.
she's the woman that I was talking about. When I was a child, she was the one holding me in the fire
Oh
until
yeah,
the firemen came in.
I remember that.
And every time I tried to unalive, she was there.
Talk about a smartass. Now we have one.
Uh,
I think we're all smartasses. But anyway,
That's
it,
why we get
it,
along so well.
it's just something that always astonishes me that people really think that, we were left without any instruction manual at all. That there weren't souls who stayed with us to teach and help take care of us as we were developing. It's it's part of the reason
Everything
why
was for a
we evolved
reason.
so rapidly. I think as the Pleiadian mothers have helped us to evolve as rapidly as we have, which is why all the bazillion gazillion universes are here to watch us now as we ascend, because they've watched other planets ascend, but it's I think we're the first that have done it in such a rapid pace.
And see, here's the thing too. Here's another thing that I've mentioned quite a bit. Do you, all through the interstellar universes where I was, and I've been there before. I was the only human there, but anyway. Um, and when I was told, when Aria took me over there, she said, humans used to reign in all the universes. They were all over the place. They got annihilated. This is the first real resurgence of the human race again, because many millions of years ago, the human race was annihilated in the interstellar universe, and there was just a little group of us left, and they were put on the planet, and the Anunnaki were gonna help us, and they were called the Tartarians.
Mm.
And then when they came to Earth, the Tartarians were like, "We ain't doing your work." And the Anunnaki were like, "Well, fine, we'll create another race," and this is what happened.
Yeah.
And they initially annihilated all the Tartarians. So we're the only humans left in the universe,
Mhm.
real humans,
Yeah,
full-blooded humanoids.
the actual real humans.
Yes, the other ones you see are hybrids and clones or droids,
Yeah.
unless they're from another dimension, which is quite possibly happening. Over here. Hey, back up. Back up.
You haven't put him on camera tonight.
Ah,
Hi, puppy. Hi,
Hey,
puppy.
look.
Hi. I would
Diesel,
kiss your face.
what are you doing?
Buddy. He's the sweetest boy. Such a sweet boy.
Diesel,
Good boy.
Look. Look at the screen.
He's so
What?
so
What?
sweet.
I know. You're
Hi,
trying to get up here in
Paul.
the
He's
chair.
like, oh, I like loving, don't ya?
Diesel.
That's a
Yeah, he
good
does.
boy.
That's him trying to tell me, Teddy. You know what time it is, right?
He's got pretty blue eyes. Hi, pretty boy.
Isn't he beautiful?
Right?
He's so sweet.
You know what it is. Are you
He's
six?
such a sweet
Huh?
boy. How old is he, Paul?
5.
He's 5.
5 years, yeah. He spent 5 years in shelters. Nobody wanted him.
He's so sweet. Well, you know, my sassafras was, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better dog. She was the sweetest girl, and she was such a good friend. And, you know, we got her when she was 11 weeks old, and somebody had adopted her prior to us, and he brought her back and said nobody in the home wanted her. And Emily and I were just blown away. And Emily was in high school, and she was taking pictures for, you know, she had to do so many hours of community service. I guess it was, no, she must have been like her first year in junior college or something, because they could do so much community service and it would pay part of their tuition or whatever. And so she went to the shelter and she photographed the dogs and cats and uploaded them on their website. And she called me at work one day and she said, "Mommy, this is the sweetest puppy." And she sent me a picture of her and said, "We can get her." And so then I went, after work, I went to the shelter, and because I worked for the library, I got her for $10. And she was the best dog ever. And I couldn't believe that somebody brought her back. She was, even as a puppy, she wasn't destructive at all. One time, she leapt over the fence chasing a squirrel, and I told her no one time, and she never did it again.
Well, that's how come she was brought back, is because she wasn't with the right family.
Well, I am so thankful for that, because I had the pleasure of having her with me for 15 and a half years. And, you know, that was a good amount of time with the 72-pound dog, you know. Their lifespan, like for a lab, their lifespan's about 12. And she was mixed, but God, she was the best dog ever.
We had a purebred
I made him
lab.
supper today.
What'd you say, Paul?
Why'd you
I
make
made
him
him rice meal today.
Did you put chicken
He
in it?
didn't have normal dog food. Hamburger.
Oh, good.
I don't
That's
eat hamburger. I don't eat hamburger usually. And I was like, well, I got to sitting in here. I'm not eating this crap.
The way we got our lab is my friend bought her as a purebred for a hunting dog, and so she lived like a hunting dog.
Oh, I hate
In a
that.
cage, and she did everything on command. And he would make her sit and look at her food and sit there and look at it until he said, okay, and then she could eat. And he told me all the reasons why, you know, a hunting dog has to be able to, you know, whatever. So anyway, they were getting a divorce. His wife didn't like the dog. He couldn't keep the dog. And he kept saying he was going to bring the dog to us. And we're like, we already have a Doberman. We already have our little toker dog, and we don't need another dog. And I said, somebody will love her. I mean, she's precious. And so he kept saying that he couldn't find anybody to take her. He just kept saying that. And on the day he was leaving, we were having lunch. And he said, I'm gonna have to leave because I have to take her to the pound. because nobody wants her. And I'm just looking at him like, have you lost your mind? Anybody would want that dog. And it finally dawned on me that he didn't want anybody else to have that dog. So I told him, fine, you're bringing her over, but you got 6 months, just like any other adoption. After 6 months, you cannot change your mind because my kids will fall in love with her, and if you come back and get her, I will just have to unalive you. And so he brought her over, let her into the yard, and she became a part of our family. We had her. She and Sassy were the same age, and they were like 6. And we had her until she was 16. And Sassy slept in one house, and Nikki slept in the other house. And the yard kitty that we got, he took turns. He'd sleep with one night and the other one the other night. They would ride on their backs all around the yard, and they would do all kinds of things. And it only took her about. He came over to visit. And he's like, what have you done to my dog? She like doesn't obey. She doesn't mind. She doesn't do any of the things. And I said, she's a kid's dog now. She's not a hunting dog anymore. And so, yeah, he's like, well, I couldn't take her back. I wouldn't take her back. And I'm like, you're not taking her back. So it doesn't matter what you think. That was the sweetest dog. When she had cancer, and we ended up, losing her, obviously. And Sassy cried and cried and cried and lost weight, and she ended up less than 6 months later. She followed Nikki on, and our poor cat was desolate. He like disappeared for a month after that. He was just he was inconsolable.
I'm getting that. I'm
Getting
getting
those
that look
dogs
from him, like I'm tired.
They were Sassy got out of the yard one time and went missing for about a week. Some lady had taken her into the house.
Go lay down.
She thought she was a stray or whatever,
Go lay
and
down.
I had ads everywhere, all over the place, and her conscience finally attacked her, and we went and picked her up, and Sassy ran and jumped up on my chest, wrapped her legs around me everywhere, and Nikki had sat on the patio and cried for that entire week and a half. She was missing. She would not eat, she would not drink, she wouldn't go do anything with the kids. She cried tears down her face that whole time.
Aw.
They were so attached.
Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you giving me the side eye?
Aw.
They love. I mean, the animals love each other as much as they love us. And when Nikki was in her last stages, I made a place in the family room back here by the back door, and we all laid on the pallet together every night and slept because we didn't want her to be
I'm
alone.
going to bed.
So everybody got to come
Okay.
in.
Bed? What?
It was sad though. They were
Why are you looking
such
like
good
that?
dogs. I mean, and even the Doberman, I didn't want the Doberman either. She had been abandoned. They mishandled her cutting. You know how they do their tail and their completely mishandled it and then left her to starve. And my mother kept calling me to come get her. She was a neighbor. The neighbors moved out and left her in the yard. And I told my mother, I said, I have little babies. I can't have a Doberman. And she kept bugging me, and she finally called my husband and told him the saddest tale, and he went and got her. And my husband doesn't even like animals. He doesn't. He doesn't care about having a cat or a dog or anything. He would no. He would be completely happy if we never had anything. But he couldn't. My mother gave him whatever she said to him, and he went immediately and picked her up and brought her home. And she was so good with my kids. Oh my goodness, she was so good. But see, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'd always heard that they were nervous and unreliable, and they might snap. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I learned.
Well, he's an XL bully.
Our poor spaniel that we got, he was purebred too. He was a hunting dog, and he had lived in a cage for 2 years. He had like from the wires on the bottom of the cage, he had grooves in his paws
Well, that
because he is
well,
2 years old.
my river dog, when I found him, was skin and bones. He looked like an old man, and it was like 17 degrees outside. We were having a ice storm. It was sleeting and like 17 degrees. It was miserable out. And he was running with a brown lab. And Graham was coming home from a friend's house. It was midnight. He said, "Mom, I found these two dogs." And I was like, "God, Graham, we've already got two dogs." And I said, I'll come down there. So I drove down there and I said, and I saw River and it's like, we've got to take him home. I mean, he looked so bad. And I was afraid to introduce them to our dogs immediately because, they were out running the streets. They could have parvo for all I knew. And so I made them a bed in my studio and, so they'd be warm and stuff. And the next morning, the lab had gotten out and taken off. But the lab looked like he was in really good shape. But River looked awful. And I took him to the vet the morning after I took him home. And the vet said, if you hadn't taken him in last night, he would have died. He was nothing. He looked like a starved horse, You could see all of his ribs. And then between his ribs and his butt, it was just his spine holding him together kind of thing. And his flank or, his butt area was like the size of my fist. He was so skinny. And it took about 3 months to get him get him looking normal.
It took about 3 months for Sassy. She looked like a skeleton, and she was scared of everything.
And River was scared of men, and he had on these giant collars. One was bright orange, and I knew immediately he had belonged to a hunter. And they won't even let him in the house.
Yeah,
and it was real obvious that River had never been in a house because he was scared shitless to come inside.
yeah.
And I got him in the house, and once I got him in, he did not want to go outside. When I say, "Okay, we got to go outside and potty," and he's like, "Hell no, I won't go." And I have to drag his ass out or pick him up and carry him out. And once he finally trusted that we'd let him back in, he was thrilled to go outside. But yeah, man, I love to go outside. Yeah, and once he was comfortable with us, I swear he was one of the most joyful creatures I've ever known in my whole life. And even up to, he got bone cancer, and it was too high up on his shoulder. It was too close to his spine. Or I would have if it was just in his leg, I would have had it amputated and saved his life, but I couldn't. And he's kept that joyful personality to the very end. And he was such a sweet, sweet dog. And I just hate the way hunters treat their dogs. I just can't stand it.
My brother raised hunting dogs. He lived in Arkansas, and he would have 5 or 6 at a time, and they would all live in kennels outside. And he would tell the kids, "You can't pet them."
I hate that. I hate that. You might as well be a shovel. You don't treat living beings like that. I can't stand it. That's good.
Well, I grew up with hunting dogs. They all lived outside and laid all over the porch, and I don't remember them coming in much, but we played with them. And we played with them and, you know, did kid and dog things. I don't remember Daddy being like that, but I do remember that people were a lot less tolerant. You know, I remember my father with a litter of kittens, and he just put them in a bag and tied it up and put them in the bio. And I was, I was traumatized, you know, pretty much for life. I think over that. I, I, I don't know that I ever got past that.
Oh my God. I would just lose my shit on them. You
Wow.
fuck with my you fuck with my babies or my dogs or my cat, and I will, like Emily says, I can't say it probably.
Well, I have to
Emily,
tell you that Rudy is an indoor outdoor cat, right? He
yeah.
comes in and out at whim, and he's constantly knocking on the door, wanting in and out. And the other kitties have to live outside. Well, he lords it over these cats because
Oh,
they'll get on the bench and look in the window at his climbing tree and all his toys and his waterer and his feeders and all his stuff, his bed and his toys and his stuff. And he'll just walk that ledge or lay on his little tree, climbing tree, and stare out at them and just like, ha ha, you know. And he'll come knock and want in the door, and I'll get up and let him in. And the babies want in too. He will bap them, you know, get out. You're not getting in here. But I can't let them all in. I mean, I have like 9 or 10 cats on my patio. I can't. I, um. Okay, so we were talking earlier that we're coming up on our 49th wedding anniversary. If I let all these cats in, we wouldn't make we wouldn't make the 49 years. We just wouldn't. It's not going to happen. So, but they're very well cared for. They have a heater. They have their beds. They have their toys and their food, and they have, you know, they get to do whatever they want to do. They just can't come in the house.
I'm gonna interrupt you. Paul, can you bring Lisa back up?
It shows she's up.
She's
It
not.
told me disconnect. Wait, hold on.
What happened?
Oh, she's up.
She's
It
not.
told me disconnect. Wait, hold on.
What happened?
Oh, she's up.
She's
It
not.
told me disconnect. Wait, hold on.
What happened?
Oh, she's up.
She's
It
not.
told me disconnect. Wait, hold on.
What happened? It's been a journey getting these 4 implants done.
Well,
Well,
guys, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yep.
I love y'all.
I
We
love
you
you.
too, Diane.
Love you
Love you
too. Good night,
guys.
Maya. Good night, honey.
All right,
Love you
good
Oh,
both.
it's
night.
good seeing everybody.
It's good to see you, okay?
I
Yeah.
love it when AK comes to live with us.
I know, I'm jealous of you too.
Thanks, honey.
Jealous. Who are you jealous of? Oh,
Our past life, love
y'all are
life,
past life.
apparently.
The
oh.
soulmate connection. I got in here just in time to hear about the soulmate connection between the two of y'all. How
Oh,
y'all been
I
hiding
mean,
stuff from
It was
us?
a part of the reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, you know, I don't know he was talking about us. I just threw that out there, you know.
Yeah, I
You
wasn't
never know.
Because
thinking that way.
AK, River, Susan, honey said, because AK loves you best.
Susan? You call me Susan. Oh my
Oh,
God,
God
no.
damn it. I am so sorry, honey. I do
It's
it all the
okay.
fucking time. I don't know why.
I know.
Susan comes out instead of Suzanne. it's like I've got a speech impediment. I can't say your correct name. I don't know why.
Me too. It happens to me too. Don't feel bad.
He called me Susan earlier. I called him out. I call y'all. You know, y'all are friends of mine. I know you well enough that I call you out on it.
Yeah,
If it's
it's
somebody
okay.
I've just met, I don't go, excuse me, don't call me that. That's not my name.
Well, I'm
But
so
Where'd
used
Honey
to
go?
people screwing my name up
he went
because
to
my
I don't
name
school
know.
is
today.
Meleny, and they say it Melanie, Melody. That my ex, he never could say my name correct. Known
Well,
him for 45 years,
I
47
think
years,
I
and he
was,
still can't say my name right.
I think I was married 5 years before my ex found out my name was Suzanne and not Susanna.
Ah,
I just thought he called me Susanna as an
out of an
endearment, but
endearment.
he thought that was my name, which I think is pretty funny. But
That is
I
really funny.
mean, you know, I mean,
it
it's not
reminds
like
it
he hadn't
reminds me.
seen my passport and stuff.
Yeah, it reminds me of when my husband was in the army, and we went to his sergeant invited us over to dinner to their house, and we all lived on post, and we went over to their place and had dinner, and I met his wife, and they had 5 kids, so there was always a lot of confusion around, and I never did catch her name for a whole year. We were hanging out with them
Oh
almost every
no.
day, and I never heard anyone call her by her name, and I was too embarrassed to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember what your name is." So he called her Sugar Dumpling, so I just called her Sugar all the time. And she's like, "Oh, that's so cute. Mel has a nickname for me." And then one day we were sitting there and we were getting a little toasted, and I told her, I was like, "Truthfully, Sugar, I can't remember what your real name is." She told me it
So
was
I've been,
Lucy. It was an easy name. It was Lucy. I was like, oh my
uh,
God. That's stupid.
my ex sister in law's name was, well, her name was Lucille, but nobody
Oh,
called her by that. They
hey,
called her,
you.
Hey,
yeah.
you. But he would call her sugar dumpling and baby doll and things like that. And I'm like, dude, say her name. Just use her name once. Come on.
It's funny.
And I'd ask my husband, I was like, find out what her name is. And he's like, no, I'm not going to ask him because then I'll look stupid.
You
And I
gotta
was like, oh,
send in the
fine.
recon.
It didn't work. He wasn't a good soldier at all.
It's so funny.
But it
I don't,
happens. People forget are forgetful people. Can't remember
Yeah.
everybody's name.
I don't.
I remember faces more than names myself.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
It
And
takes
you
me a
know, a
little
lot of
bit.
my friends when I was a kid, they didn't even go by their real names. They went by nicknames. So when I see people from the past, I'll usually call them by their nickname. They're like, "Oh, so I haven't been called that in years." And I'm like, "Really? Because that's what I thought that was your real name."
Whoa,
No,
sorry.
it's not your name.
I didn't mean to holler.
That's cool. You, you
Oh,
you you can holler all you want to, honey.
I think it's a lost art. People that are older always create nicknames for each other, and I'm finding it's not happening as much in the younger generations. They're calling each other by their real names,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like, what? No, they gotta mess up. You gotta create a really terrible nickname for them that they hate, and they'll be known for that name forever.
And they'll hate it, but they'll still love it too. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like how do you
yeah.
know it was the person from high school? Was their name this? Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
People are strange when you're a stranger.
One of my friends still goes by his nickname, which was Weed Man.
Oh yeah.
He,
Weed,
yeah, he was
weed
weed.
man.
Yeah, he was Weed Man
There's
in
lots
high
of
school.
those.
He was the Weed Man. Yeah, and he still goes by his nickname, Weed Man. He
I'll
actually
have to
has a
go by mine,
Facebook account.
a-hole.
A-hole. I can't even
Hey,
say
a-hole.
what my nickname would be. No, actually, I do have a nickname. It's Meanie because my mom, when I was born, my best friend was born at the same day, the same time, and same day and the same time. We were both
Aw.
born at 6:09 p.m. on the August the 23rd, and he was my grandmother's neighbor's grandson, and they were more like family than they were neighbors. Anyway, so he and I shared a birthday, so we were really close growing up. Well, he couldn't say my name. He had a speech impediment, so he would call me Meanie instead of Melanie. He would come out Meanie, and I would knock the crap out of him and tell him, "Don't call me Meanie. I'm not mean." And so my grandmother swears up and down that I earned that nickname because I would knock the crap out of him for not saying it correctly.
Well, yeah. I guess you didn't understand what a speech impediment was.
I guess I didn't. I was a little bitch. Well, I was little. He was little. We were the same age, so you know. But no, it was funny. He's a funny guy. But
I guess I
yeah,
better
so I
go,
kept that
guys.
name for a long time.
I've got to go to the
Aww.
well, I've got to
Okay.
go back to the hospital tomorrow for another iron infusion. And
Oh no.
I don't remember.
That sounds like not fun at all.
Oh, it really wasn't. I went last week when the roads were terrible, and it wasn't bad. The worst part was waiting for the valet that never came. But well, that finally came after I got somebody on the phone and said, "Man, I've been sitting out here for 30 or 40 minutes, and now I'm late, and I can't walk from the parking lot, especially on this ice."
Yeah.
And
No,
she said,
definitely not.
I'll get somebody to come through now. It's like, man, if I'm not falling on this shit. I'm not gonna do it. So
Nope.
anyway, but tomorrow, so they ordered 2 a week apart, and tomorrow's my second one. And somebody had told me it was going to take 4 hours, so I took a book. I had my phone and my iPad and a charger, and she goes, no, the longest part is like them asking questions about, what kind of medications you're on and blah, 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 and getting you ready for it. And I hadn't eaten anything, so she brought me snacks and got me going. And it only takes 15 minutes for it to go in. But then they have to observe you for like 30
Yeah.
45 minutes. So
Yeah, to make sure you don't have a reaction. Yeah.
What?
yeah, and they gave me Benadryl first, and I took a pain pill before I went because I was
Yeah.
hurting, and
Midtown.
but it
I don't
so
want to
then
lay down.
the Benadryl made me kind of it's like, man, I could take a nap, but I really wasn't
I'll be
even
right
there
back.
long enough. So it was no big deal.
You wanna go outside? Is that what you're bugging?
So I'm hoping with this, and I went to Trader the other day,
No.
and I got some dried apricots, because they're high in iron. So hopefully this will get me all fixed up.
I hope so, sweetie.
I think what happened was when I was, when I was so sick and I couldn't keep anything down, I think it made my esophagus bleed a little bit. It was, by the time they allowed me to sip water, it hurt. When you swallow too big of a swallow and it hurts going down?
Yeah, it goes down like a
Yeah,
lump.
yeah, that reflux
Yeah.
and that acid came back and burned the crap out of you.
It was like even when I took a little sip of water, it felt like, I was swallowing a sock. It hurt so bad. But so I
That's a
think
fun way
that's
to
how I
put it.
became anemic.
Swallowing a
So,
sock.
yeah.
Yeah.
something big, man. It hurt. So, I mean, even little sips of water hurt like that. So, and that hasn't hurt for quite a while. So hopefully this will get my iron up and I'll be good. So
I
I
hope
love
so.
you guys. I need
Have
to
a
go
good night.
check and thank you. I'll see y'all
Good
later.
night, sweetie. Love you,
Good
Suzanne.
night. Love you too. Night, night, y'all.
Night, sweetie.
We'll see you guys.
Bye, everybody. Love you all. Love and light.